Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Hello. How do you do, chat? How are you today? What do you think about 50% speed potion seller as the, the opening song to the stream? Do you like it?
Is one of those things where you gotta use it or lose it.
Did you like it? Did you enjoy it? Did you think it was poggers? I thought it was pretty cool. Um, Chad, I tried the UGC yesterday, and I don't know, man. I think I'm too dumb to make games. I think it is what it is. But that's okay. What do you sound like that? My mic like disconnected. What happened? Does my voice sound like weird? You sound like you inhaled 10 balloons. Okay, because my mic disconnected yesterday. Oh no. Ah shit.
Chat, I think we have to go back to the webcam mic because I don't fucking know what's going on. Did my mic die in 2 days? Like, what the fuck? I don't know what to say, man. Like, I'm so pissed. Like, fuck. Dude. Stop buying $10 mics. I paid fucking $250 for this. And then another 200 bucks for an audio interface. Like, fuck. No. Yeah, the mic just doesn't work anymore. I don't know what the, like, it's not registering anything. It's going to the audio interface, but it's not going to my, it might be an audio interface issue, not a mic issue. Because I see, like, I see the, like, the things lighting up on the audio interface. I tried disconnecting it and connecting it. I don't think it changed anything. Wait. Chad, do I still sound like helium? Because now we're back on the mic. Is it fixed? It's good? It's good? We're back? Let's go! Okay. You sounded like this. Please listen. Okay.
Oh, that's terrible. Shit. Fuck. My voice changer stopped working. You guys got to hear my real voice. I'm so embarrassed. Damn, that's cooked. That's cooked, chat. Okay, is today Razor Book Day? Because I'm gonna fucking triple crown this loser. Where is he? Oh, every day is Razor Book Day because we just got a new character. True. Day 2 of estrogen. Okay, buddy. Triple crowning before V5 is brave? Well, call me a paragon of bravery. All right? Like call me Joan of Arc. Call me I don't know who else is who has been brave throughout history. Me. Wait. Why is there no in-game sound? Did I just turn it off? Brave Skirkanara. True! Call me Skirkanara, the way I'm so brave. Yansan is bugged in the Mondstadt domain. Her burst only lasts 4 seconds. Oh, yeah! Cause between the first and second wave, you stop being in combat. So all of your things that, like, stop working when you're not in combat, just stop working. And that includes Yansan's Night Soul. It also includes Varessa's fighting... What's it called? It's... What's the state called again? It's not Fighting Spirit, it's something else. It's, Passion. Fiery Passion. Yeah, that's what it's called. It also includes Versa's Fiery Passion. Versa's Fiery Passion state deactivates, even if you still have full Night Soul. I don't know why. I guess, actually, it doesn't matter. Alright, like, my Yansan burst has expired here. Bro. Did it just die to a fucking Mawika skill? It did. That's funny. That's funny. Any Archon quests today? Maybe. It'll depend how long the witch video is gonna take. And I don't know how long it's gonna take. But, like, I'm not against the idea. We could do that today. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay. Does the UGC give anything to the normal side of the game? Apparently, you can get Acquaint Fates from leveling up Mannequin, but I think that's it. Also, I don't even know if that's real or if people were lying to me yesterday. Because it kind of sounded like the sort of thing that you'd lie about, you know? You do get them? I just checked. I see. Please fix the in-game audio. Yeah, I'll do that after I'm out of resin, when I can finally access my settings. You didn't condense for Stygian Onslaught, bricked account? I'm way ahead of you, buddy. I am way ahead of you. I condensed for Stygian Onslaught like 2 weeks ago. No, I go here. Hmm. Hmm. Isn't C1 Versa ass? Yeah, Versa C1 isn't that good. But honestly, the fact that it makes her exploration better by like reducing night soul consumption is something I notice when I play Versa on other accounts. A lot more than the damage from C1. Alright, chat, let's go. It's time to go Sojourn as a Saurian. Yes? Okay. In-game, I forgot in-game sound, and I'm not going to be able to access settings in here, will I? Sorry. Yeah. Wait, there's a thing that slowly fills up that, like, you can click on for help if you're lost. That's really funny. Another vent has been activated? Wait, so what am I supposed to do here? What do these vents even do? Can I glide up with them? Yes, I can. Alright, bet. Hmm.
Oh, can I not go that far up? Nah, whatever. What does this bring up? Is it just this platform again? Oh, it doesn't bring anything up. I see. Can I die? No. That's fucked up. I wanted to die, man. Wait, what am I doing? I forgot you can just go here and, like, summon the Saurian. Man. Okay. Okay. What? What? Does it just not go high up at all? Oh, I guess so. Wait, what the hell? I don't get it at all, chat. Platform activated? What platform? Oh, that platform. Where is it? Oh, it's over here. Will it go back down or do I have to activate it again? It goes back down. Oh. I don't want to talk about it. Dude, I'm too used to Veressa, okay? Veressa makes that jump, alright? Like, that's all I'm saying, okay? The currents have strengthened. Am I just supposed to go, like, over there? I guess. And does this just open the door? Yeah. So I gotta make the jump, right? Okay. There is not a lot of a very big ramp here, huh? We're fine. Easy clap. Oh, he went too far. Veressa doesn't go too far there. Oh, does it have to be the other way around? Alright, but... all I'm saying is Veressa would have gone through this with no problem, okay? Color theory? Listen, okay? I want to be Glorp. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the green. And there's nothing you can do to make me change my mind. In-game sound, yes, I won't forget this time. Wait, what? In-game sounds are supposed to be on. What? I know. It's because... yeah, the mic fucked up my sound settings. Gotta change my default output to this. Yeah. Now you guys can hear it, right? Yo. Wait, what if I put it back?
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
And actually, no, that's gonna be a pain in the ass. Never mind. Okay. Okay, very cool. Are you an electrical engineer? Yep, that's me. Oh no. Okay, chat, my alt key was stuck on my keyboard. But now it's fixed. Dude, this is not going well today, man. Things are not going well today, Jesus Christ. Should I do this web event? Do we get anything out of it, or is it just UGC stuff? This is just UGC stuff, right? You can invite people, but they need to, yeah, okay. So it's just UGC stuff. Wait, it's not just UGC stuff? You can actually get primos? Oh my god. Fine. This better not fucking require me to actually, like... Oh god, it does. I need to go play through 3 stages. Oh no. Fine. Just do the 1 second XP farm stage? Yeah, I'll just do that, honestly. How do I find them? Is there a search function somewhere? Is this a search function? No, it's not. Why is it top right? All Wonderlands. Search for Expo. Expo. That what? What's it called? Oh, XP. Okay. XP farm. Get slimed for XP. Okay, I like that. I like that. I like get slimed for XP more than just XP farm. I want to get slimed. What? What? Did I have to match? I couldn't just make one? I have to match? Click on the slot. Okay, do I not have to match? Can I start? And then click on the slot and then start? Oh. This UI hurts my soul. It hurts my soul too, don't worry. Okay. I can get slimed for XP now. Holy shit. Free XP. How do I restart? Do I have to return to lobby, go through a loading screen, and then start again and go through another loading screen? Has to be 3 different ones? No! Okay, well, I'll go get slimed somewhere else, I guess. Fuck. I tried to dodge, but it didn't work out. Look for the Varka XP stage. There's no Varka XP stage. That's on EU. Oh, I see. I'll just do this one, man. Just write XP like with no E. Anyone who calls it XP with no E it should be shot in real life, okay? What? Was that it? Am I done? Have I done 3? I have, bet. Share the web event. Copy link. Haha. I have certainly shared the web event. Bet. Really? You get 9 from doing this? That's terrible. I hate that. Oh, Pog. Never mind. I get these. Yeah, because this is the same web event as the one that started before the patch, right? That had a section like, this will open after the patch. Oh, stupid ass long animation. Alright, guaranteed Primo Gems. Can't wait for 20 Primo Gems. Holy. That's crazy. Dude, what do you think about your favorite slot streamer today? That's me. I'm your favorite slot streamer today. Another 20 Primo Gems. Holy. Yeah, I think we low rolled here. We only got the pity primos and we got the low roll each time. Plus 40, I guess. Check the drop rate. Yeah. It is what it is. Most people will low roll this. Yeah, 50 USD as the grand prize. Holy shit. Holy shit. How is this possible? What is that? Oh, I don't know. Anyways, we have done the web event. We can now fucking leave this mode and never come back. Hell yeah. Geodes of replication. That's cosmetic primo gems, right? For Wonderland. Yeah. Sick, dude. Event rewards. Oh yeah, this doesn't do much, right? What is this? Is this level progress or is this battle pass progress? Or is it just event progress? It's probably just event progress, right? I don't really care about anything other than level progress. Shut the fuck up, co-pilot. I didn't ask for your notification. Sorry. Mannequins are free to level for in free standard roles. Yeah, they are. So, like, it's worth doing, but, like, meh. Ooh. I'm gonna get a fucking... The Yao Yao constellation again. I can't wait. Can't wait to get my Yao Yao C22. Holy. Could be C4 Mona. I already have my Mona at C5, and I'm gonna select her from the selector. So I have my Mona at C6 already, basically. Okay. On this account. Okay, we need to do IT like in the next few days before the monthly reset, and we can enter IT whenever as long as we go convert our MC to one of the elements. I don't really want to do that today, though. Do I just give up on next month Visionary so I can keep farming for artifacts for Flins because it's more fun? I kind of want to do that, yeah. Like, it's just so boring to level all the characters I don't use. It doesn't feel like I'm progressing at all. And what am I missing out on? Like 200 primos? 100 primos? An elixir too? That's fine, honestly. Speaking of elixirs, do I have enough to use one? I do. I wonder if I should. I wonder if I should use an elixir now. Like, okay, let's look through my artifacts. I don't think I really need to use an elixir for Mawika. I have this. And like, I can just reroll it if I want to get an upgrade. And it's really unlikely that an elixir will be an upgrade for her, right? Also, is there a reason I'm not using it? It's probably because my crit ratio is kind of scuffed, right? Eh, whatever. I'll still use it. I could craft a Sands, honestly. My Sands are kind of pathetic. Did I have any good attack Sands? Nah. Of course I had that. Of course I had that too, but... I mean, I could also just reshape this. I should star it, actually. Oh, it's already starred, okay. This is not a great reshape target, because it's not a 4-liner. And then Flower and Feather are really good. And Circlet is, like, pretty solid, too. So I really don't want to... I really don't want to go back to this domain. Because my artifacts are already so good on it. Whereas my artifacts on this, pretty much across the board, are kind of pathetic. Now that we can craft 2 artifacts of the same set in a patch, I don't feel like I need to craft it like this batch anymore, though. I can just save them up and figure things out later. Would you pull in a Seat Lovely rerun of this account? It wouldn't be priority, but if I can afford it, I would, yeah.
Absorption test.
Do you fear the dark?
Like, right now, the main priority is to get a 3rd team, right? Like, I absolutely need to get a 3rd team. I don't have that many wishes, either. So if I were to go for Seat Lolly, I'd be kind of cooked for my next team. Varka in 6.4, I doubt it. I heavily expect Varka to be played with Durin Venti. So I don't want to go for something that needs 3 carries to be a meta team. Like, or that needs 3 limited 5 stars to be a meta team. No Farazan? I mean, I kind of expect his team to be Venti, Durin, Farazan, honestly. But maybe not Farazan. There was that sus leak that Varka had an incentive to have 4 witches on the team, not just 2. Which would make Farazan not that good. I don't know how real that's gonna be. Meh. Meh. Why Venti? Venti's kind of just fucking goated now. Venti has a 50 damage percent buff to animal characters, which is just pretty solid, right? Like, he's a solid buffer. But he also has like 20k personal DPS. And he's a witch for witch-related passives. And if Varka ends up as a quick swap unit, Venti can make use of the field time with his new normal attack stuff.
Defensive mode. Stand clear.
Night falls to dust.
Are there any Chaska Venti cows? You know, I really hate that. But, like, it's probably not bad, but it just feels so wrong. Because an Animo doesn't give Chaska an elemental bullet. And Chaska's biggest fucking weakness is that she just straight up can't do AoE damage. And Venti doesn't even fix that. Because, like, her damage just does not have AoE. It's, like, just targeted onto an enemy. And no matter how close they are. So it just feels so wrong to use Chaska with Venti because of those two things. But it's probably not that bad, honestly. Because the Venti personal damage and buff are good. That's not good enough. Does Flynn's have better AoE than Nevidette? No.
Insulation.
What? Hello?
Absorption test.
Be silent. Night falls.
There's a good pull value on that account. I mean, I skipped Molani because I didn't think I'd be able to get both Molani and the new stuff. But if I had been able to get Molani and the new stuff, Molani would have been a good pull. Can you save the resin? There's no point. I'm already capped on condensed, and Decision Onslaught doesn't drop until tomorrow. I don't have a way to save the resin. If I save the resin, I just be at 200 out of 200 for the next few hours. Respectfully, I do not want to watch Molani resets for the weapon passes. If I went for Molani on this account, I would have gone for R1. No fucking way I'm dealing with Witsith bullshit. Actually, I say that, but that's not even true. I would have gone for C1 over R1, and then I would have gone for C2 over R1. So I only would have gone for R1 if I planned on getting three like vertical 5-star pulls on the Molani team. So I probably would have ended up in Widsith Hell. Although I don't even have R5 Widsith, right? I have R3 right now.
Animal test 63.
Observe. Do you fear the dark?
Getting back to the game after 1.5 years. Any tips? They started power creeping pretty heavily in the middle of Natlan. Don't expect your old shit to be all that great anymore. Well, that could be good. And
Defensive mode.
don't get baited too hard by whatever the current banner is, just because you feel like you're falling behind because of your old stuff. A lot of the time, you're better off planning things ahead of time. So, for example, right, Nefer's on banner right now, and she's pretty solid. But if you just get Nefer, she's not going to be a major upgrade over what was strong 2 years ago. Right, she's balanced around Llama. So just skip Nefer and maybe get Llama when she comes back, because Llama's strong enough by herself. Or just go for something else altogether. Was Neuvillette the first DPS to reach 90k, or was it Hyperbloom? 90k Hyperbloom stuff was like GC Sim scam a little, right? Was Neuvillette 90k with like the old Neuvillette stuff, like Zhongli Kazuha? I don't think so, right? Hyper-optimized Lenny, I think, was 90k even before Neuvillette came out. But hyper-optimized Lenny was not real. Actually, was Lenny 90k before Chevreuse? I don't even know. I don't think so, actually. Maybe he was there. I'm not sure. Chevreuse is Lenny's best in slot? Technically, kinda, yeah. But it's like, it's sus, right? Like, when you look at GC Sim stuff with Chevreuse Lenny, they do their rotations in a way to make sure that you maximize Lenny's passive of hitting enemies that are affected by Pyro. But in practice, it's very difficult to maintain that with a lot of the Electros. And that just adds onto all of the potential issues in execution for Lenny teams.
Let us have a modicum of patience for the richness and complexity of humanity.
Anyways, chat, we just got something that could actually be good. Because right now, our best feather is like this, which is kind of pathetic, right? And this is a 4-liner double crit with attack percent. So as long as it avoids HP, it could be a really good piece. Min roll of crit, I'll take that. That's not good. Please don't do that again. I think we're cooked, honestly. Min roll of crit again. Oh, whatever. Just fucking get it over with, man. Just get it over with. Get this pain out of my system. Get it over with. Roll into HP again. No, okay. Another min roll of crit. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna start this because this is a great reshape target if I ever want to reshape a feather. I don't know if it's an upgrade. Because right now I'm on this for the ER. If I change to this, I have a bit too much crit rate now. So I'll have to change another one of my pieces. But I want to cheat out more ER anyways. So I have to do that anyways. Maybe this one. But I don't have any, like, good attack sands that give me a bunch of ER. Yeah. A little cooked. A little cooked. I mean, I could just take the L, right? And just run a lot less. Yeah. Run a lot less ER. 116. Well, that's kind of sus for C1 Flins. Even for C0, it's a little low. For C1, it's like way too low. But I do have Favi Nefa, so maybe it's fine. It's not ideal. Don't you want like 140? Yeah, you want a lot. That's why I was using that feather with 23 ER on him. I was pretty satisfied with it, but I wasn't like happy with it either. Did you go for C1? Yeah, I went for C1. Why is Nefa on scroll? Because my artifact quality on scroll and Cinder City on this account is so much better than everything else. Right, I use all my fragile at AR45 on the Siege and Onslaught with like the disturbance outbreak thing. On Cinder City and Codex for my Mawika build. So I have some really good pieces. Like look at the artifact quality on Inefa, right? Outside of the sands I just put on her because I yoinked her sands. We have this. An 8 roller where the last roll is a flat attack roll. Fucking insane. We have this. This one's not quite as good. But that's because my best pieces are fucking yoinked elsewhere. Right? We used to have this. It's not terrible for a Sans. We have this, which is a fucking abomination. Right? 18 crit rate. That's really good. And we have this, which is whatever, but honestly, my circlets in general in this account kind of suck ass. Isn't this set kind of bad in a Flint's team? Yeah, but I still have the Silken Moon Serenade, so what I'm missing out on is, Noblesse, right? Or TOM. But if you look at the artifact quality of my Noblesse and TOM, well, I'm sure you can bear witness to the artifact quality on my TOM. And then the Noblesse, I don't even have a fucking leveled Noblesse. I could use this if I finish leveling it. Could use this if I finish leveling it. But I don't have the XP or the Mora to level all these pieces. And if I did, I'd put them on Bennett. I should log this, though, just in case. Do you think your Versa can do any of tomorrow's Stygian bosses on Dire? Which ones are happening tomorrow? I forgot. Bro, I haven't like had Stygian Onslaught in my mind for such a long time. Okay, so it's this. Okay, no shot I can do this. Maybe I can do this one, honestly. Right, like, I was able to do this one with Versa. And I was struggling a little bit because my Maoika build is so dog shit. So maybe this one wouldn't be that much of a problem. Although I'd probably have to go Fischl instead of Yonsan. Otherwise it would take too long to get through the high resistance phase. Actually, I don't know. Maybe Chevreuse' burst and like skill front load enough hits. Probably not. I don't know. Anyways, maybe there's a chance for this one, but I'm not sure. No way in hell for this one. And then this one, I think, won't be a problem, actually. Right? Because this is effectively an enemy that doesn't have a mechanic. A shield mechanic, right? And it doesn't have that much HP either, right? 14 million is it's the same amount as the Eon Blight Drake on this Siege and Onslaught. She does a lot of damage. The overworld version, like the local legend version of this boss does, but I heard that apparently the Siege and Onslaught version of this is kind of a joke, and it doesn't actually deal that much damage. Can Jean do it? No. Bosses in Siege and Onslaught and difficulties past difficulty 4, so difficulties 5 and 6, are given like really heavy weight, where abilities that are supposed to like displace them basically don't make them move upwards at all. Plus, this one is also getting interruption res. I don't know how that affects that. Can Skirk beat any of these? I don't think Skirk has the DPS to get through this. Honestly. That's just too much HP, I think. Then I don't know, Hera's kind of rough for Skirk. Cause there's like multiple things on Hera that kind of suck ass, right? One, Skirk's teams don't have like the fastest elemental hits unless Skirk is on field dealing damage. I guess you can just slot in Tsingtao, right? And that's probably pretty okay-ish. Just spam Skirk charge attacks. You can't do that because you have to do more hydro damage than cryo damage. Otherwise, he will infuse cryo and he'll be immune to cryo and you won't be able to do anything. Right? Use Candace. Honestly, maybe you're onto something. But like, this boss isn't actually 12 million HP, right? Because it's 12 million HP, but it also has a forced, like, pseudo-immunity phase where your damage effectively doesn't exist, right? And it does it twice. And, like, I think with hyper min-max teams for that phase, it's still, like, at least 10 seconds lost. In most teams, it's going to be, like, 20 per phase, right? And then on top of that, for Skirk, right? You can't get cryo resonance on this guy. Because the only way he gets a cryo aura on him is if he's immune to cryo. You don't want that to happen. So you lose the 15 crit rate from Cryo Resonance. Guaranteed. Just a little bit more of a downside. Point being, Skirk doesn't have a good matchup here. Now, does the lack of a good matchup mean that she can't do it? I don't know. I don't think so. I think a really, really good Skirk could still brute force this. But it'll be really tight. Like, your best teams for this are just going to be the Lunar teams and Mawika. What about difficulty 5? Most meta carries will be able to brute force difficulty 5 on this, as long as you build their teams accordingly. Does Mulaney with Burning work versus the Hera? She should, yeah. Can you use Mulaney plus Farina? Probably, yeah. You can do like Mulaney, Farina. Actually, you can't do Burning if you do that. I guess you could do Baiju, but like that's sus as hell. I think you really want to use Shilonen. So you'd probably do like Mulaney, Shilonen, Emily. I don't know who the last one would be. Mawika, I guess. Actually, probably not Mawika. You know, maybe Amber would be best. Is there ever a world where Amber is best? I guess Klee would be best, actually. But my brain kind of dismisses the potential of people owning Klee. Amber ain't out DPSing Emily. I guess that's true, yeah. You do need your Pyro to out damage your Dendro. That's fair. Why Mawika? With Mawika, what you'd do is you'd play Mawika burning with Citlali, and you'd try to make sure that Citlali is melting her burst, so you do more cryo damage than pyro damage. I mean, we'll test all of this out tomorrow. Don't you worry. Nivile. I mean, he gets the, like, infused aura effectively permanently. Wouldn't Ayaka be better? Yeah, Ayaka would be the best, but if you don't have her, like, it is what it is. But yeah, he gets infused after 50 hits based on the amount of based on the element that did the most damage to him. So you want anything that hits real quick, and then you want the best possible aura element for it. So like Nivile isn't going to be that great because permanent hydro is just what you already get in a vape team. Permanent cryo isn't something you can get in melt teams, right? The GC Sim scam that uses Escoffier is good because it effectively has pseudo-permanent cryo. You get to do that without needing a second cryo on your team, which is going to be really good. Does it really work on him if pyro immune? I don't know if it still counts as burning. I mean, that shouldn't be a problem. Worst case scenario, you lose the 36 damage %, but I don't think you will. I don't know. Maybe the aura's weird. Because, like, her thing lasts for for a long time. I guess you wouldn't get the sense either. I don't know. I don't know. What is a miss Moika combo for this situation? This is the vape combos. So, N1... Or, sorry, CDN1 is gonna be... Like, the technical best optimal combo is gonna be some weird fucking, like... CDCF bullshit, but like you'll need to be frame perfect for it to be barely better than CDN1. Just do CDN1. CDN1 is really good, assuming infinite aura. Just do CDN1. Like CDCDF? No, that CDCDF doesn't work. What does it mean CDCF? D? You can do CD and then CFD spam, like CFD, CFD, CFD. And that works, but it's worse than just CDN1. Right? CDN1 is a lot less motion value, but it gets one more meld than any other combo that isn't like frame perfect. Which is gonna inherently make it way better than the other combos if you get infinite aura on the enemies. There are going to be combos that can do better, but they're going to be basically frame perfect. And CDN1 has a lot of wiggle room. Does Citlali really do more damage than Mawika? You can build Citlali for damage. And an unmelted, un-Bennett buffed, unbuffed by basically anything, Mawika E doesn't do that much damage. Yeah, that's true. You can actually plunge on Citlali during her field time, too, if you're really looking for a little bit more damage. I forgot about that, but that is a thing you can do, yeah. Wouldn't you hold scroll? You can do it while holding scroll. Just give her sack frag instead of TTDS. You need triple EM pieces with... You don't need ER, though, because you don't need to have Citlali as part of your setup while it's cryo-infused. You just need to deal damage before it infuses. And with sack frag, you should be fine to get at least one burst before the infusion. Because you're on fielding her. But I mean, we'll test all of that. Anyways, getting back to the question for Skirk. So, like, it's not ideal for this. And then there's this. And, like... It's got 70% cryo resistance, but Skirk is one of the characters that deals the best with high resistance enemies. So, I think... You might be fine. You might just barely be fine. Probably not for, Probably not for like, C0 or 0 everything in Dire. But you can definitely do Fearless, I think. Because, like, if you look at this guy, right? It had 15 million HP. Alright, it had 15 million HP. And it had minus 30 cryo-res. And so, with the additional shred from Escoffier, it was at minus 85. So, your damage was effectively multiplied by this, which means that the amount of effective HP this guy had was about 10 million once you take shred into account for cryo for a Skirk team, right? The veteran Frost operative has 70% res. It has 14 million HP. So it has the equivalent of about 16 million effective HP against Skirk, right? But the Fearless one is at 7.1 million. And so the Fearless version of this boss is squishier than the dire version of this boss to Skirk. And C0R0 Skirk was like just a tiny little bit away from being able to clear this in dire. So this shouldn't be too much of a problem. You should be able to just brute force this. Yeah, dire won't happen though. Also, Shenhe Shred. Why are you playing Shenhe? Stop playing bad units. True! True! Well, how's our pity on standard on this account? I don't think it's very high, right? 4-star pity is getting close, but 5-star pity, I think we're still pretty low because we got the Aquila recently. Yeah. What's the next 4-star I want here? I don't even know, man. I'd like a 5-sword. 5-sword would be nice.
He who wishes to peer into the abyss needs simply to wander through not.
Wouldn't Shenhe Shred be really good against her? It'd be pretty solid, but
The march of the wild hunt.
I feel like Citlali does so much against enemies that deal cryo damage like this. It's not like you can just fucking ignore the enemy's incoming damage either. So having a basically invulnerable shield is gonna probably be better than Shenhe's Shred. Especially because the Citlali team is better at a baseline, so it's probably gonna be similar overall DPS. Isn't Citlali shield really weak? It's not that strong, but it's a cryo shield. And cryo shields do really well against cryo damage. Yeah, that's fair. You kind of want Citlali for the Mawika side if you don't have Ayaka, so... Anyways, let's go back to main account. Wait. Oh, I should do this event on this account too, shouldn't I? But that means I have to fucking go watch the Miliosra Wonderland cutscene on this account, and I don't want to do that right now. We'll do that another time. I don't want to get slimed either. I've gotten slimed enough today, I think. Our conquest today or later. I'm not sure if I'll do it today. It depends on how the rest of the stream goes. I'm not against doing it today, though. Is Arlecchino best in slot against her shield boss? I don't think so. But she's close. Like, I don't think Arlecchino beats just fucking premium Mawika. But it won't be that far behind. And Mawika's way better against the Hera if you don't have a lunar character. Mawika can't melt. Oh, that's true. I forgot. The Hera or the operative does have a white shield. Forgot about that. Yeah, maybe then. Maybe Arlecchino is better then. I don't know. What team will you play against the Hera? I'm not sure. Well, I mean, I guess we can think about that a little. Chlorine, that's a good one. So, I'm probably gonna do Arlecchino against the operative. Because I do have a pretty good Arlecchino. Then I don't know if I know Hyper Bloom will be enough for the Lightkeeper for me. You need good AoE. He only summons 2 of them instead of 4, so it shouldn't be too bad. I think it'll be fine. Alright, so I'll do this. Against Sigurd, I think. But if I struggle with this, I'll just do Verissa instead, I guess. Yeah, I guess it's not that tanky. I could just do Verissa. Or I could just do Skirk, actually. But I really want to do Mawika against the Hera. Alright, so Mawika, Citlali. Yeah, I guess I'm a little cooked for, like, Dendro options. Because I don't really want to use Emilie. I guess it has to be Nahida, yeah. Why? Because Emilie's gonna do too much Dendro damage. Nahida's value in these teams is the EM provided, not personal damage. So it should be pretty solid here. If you're going to be playing no artifact Emilie, why are you using her, you know? And then probably Bennett, but I'm not, like, too attached. We could replace him here. Why is Dendro damage? You don't want to out-damage Citlali with your Dendro. You have to repeat that again and again. You have to do it twice. So you need the aura on Citlali for fighting Spirit Generation? I guess. So I could just go... Eon Son instead. I'll figure it out. I'll try a few things. Then... Arlecchino, I guess I'll put on a Shower's team. Does that mean I'm not using Verissa? It does, doesn't it? Is Arlecchino even going to be better than Verissa here? Whimsy Verissa. So true. Constant 200 bond alive during shield phase is a lot. It is. But Verissa's a lot better than Arlecchino, especially if you have C1 like I do. And my Verissa build is better than my Arlecchino build. And I'm not gonna have to worry about death nearly as much. And level 95, true. But yeah. I probably do this, and Llama I know Hyper Bloom, I think. Although these are the teams I'm gonna first try. But we'll be testing a lot of stuff. Tomorrow is Decision Onslaught? Yeah. Okay, chat. Who should be the first character we do a deep dive into for the witches? There's a lot of people saying Mona. So here's the thing, okay? I can't do Durin, because for Durin, I'll just do the pre-release. Right? I can't do Klee, because I want to see footage of optimized Klee combos before I do a deep dive into her. And I don't know if that shit's gonna happen, man. So I feel like the best. I also don't want to do Razor first, because I kind of want to keep him for last, because that's my goal right there. So that leaves us with mainly Mona, Albedo, Venti, right? I feel like there's a lot to say about Mona, so maybe I don't want to start with her. Perhaps we start with Sucrose. I mean, there's not much to say about Sucrose. Sucrose hasn't changed much, honestly. She's still the GOAT. No surprise there. Same for Fischl, honestly. Yeah, maybe Venti is a good one to start with. Hmm. Is Venti DPS viable now? Yeah, it is. Okay. I think I'm going to start with Venti. So here's what we're going to do, okay? For Venti stuff. All right, I'm going to rename this Venti 2. We're going to be looking at Venti output in a bunch of different playstyles compared to a lot of other characters. So the first thing I want to do is just raw damage, no buffs, anything, for Venti versus the other Anemo carries. So we'll have base attack, attack percent, flat attack, total attack, damage percent 1, damage percent 2, damage percent 3. Crit value, crit multiplier, EM multiplier. E attack 1, E attack 2, E attack 3. Swirl proc. Motion value 1, motion value 2, motion value 3. Number of swirls. Damage 1, damage 2, damage 3, damage swirl, damage time DPS. Okay, that's our first one. I want to look at Venti, unbuffed. So, unbuffed. Venti. I want to look at Chow. Wanderer. But I'll look at Wanderer with Pyro stack and Venti with absorption. Okay. All right. So how exactly do we want to go about doing this? Let's start with just putting the stats in. So Animo, we've got let me close a bunch of shit so I don't have to deal with too many tabs being open because it gets annoying. Venti, Shao, Wanderer. Okay. So, Venti base attack is 263. I should also have weapon set, right? Unbuff means no supports or pre-buff. It just means no support. So, like, standalone, just their raw damage. Weapon, I guess we look at Rust for him. We look at Deathmatch on Chow, and we look at Widsith and Wanderer. Set, probably DPC, Vermilion, DPC. Yeah. Okay, so Rust is 510 base attack. Attack percent will have substats, main stat. The Rust. Is that it? That's it, right? If we don't include any buffs. Yeah. Flat attack, 350. Total attack. Okay. Damage percent, we'll have 46.6. We'll have 2-piece DPC, 4-piece DPC. We'll have Rust. And we'll have Venti's own new buff. Then for this, we don't have the 4-piece DPC or the Rust. And for this, it's non-animo damage, so we don't have the Goblet or the 2-piece DPC. All we have is the new buff. Raw damage is Vermilion better than Long Night South? Yeah, because if you're just looking at Chow with, like, nothing externally, he doesn't have any attack buffs, but he's got big damage percent buff from his burst. Anyways, crit value. He doesn't have crit ascension. So it's fairly low. Elemental Mastery. about 80 from substats. EM multiplier. 16 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1. We don't have VV, so that's that. Effective attack, 1. So on charge attacks, it's his total attack times 1 plus damage percent times crit multiplier. Very cool. The swirl proc is 868 times EM multiplier. Motion value. Okay, so we will be looking at EQ, and then I guess 5 and 3s. How long does that take for field time? I guess I should have field time, cooldown time, DPS uptime, DPS rotation. Okay. Venti, 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 venti. We need to give him DPC though, in order to look at the combos. Do I even have a 4-piece? I don't. Oh! What else gives 10% attack speed that I have? I think Prototype Crescent gives attack speed, but I don't have it. Dahlia? Yeah, I can use Dahlia. Mika. I don't think my Mika's talent level is... How much is it at the talent I have? It's 13. Eh, that's close enough, honestly. Like, whatever, man. So...
You fighting? Yahoo! Think you can get away?
Fuck.
Here we go.
Oops.
Yeah.
No, okay. We gotta do this shit again. How exactly do I want to do this? Maybe E, charge attack? Yeah. So...
Time for takeoff. Yahoo!
Fuck.
Yeah, let's play.
Gotta be an N2W? No, his N2W sucks ass.
Final. Think you can get away? Yeah.
Is that what you want to do? I guess.
Engaging. Here we go. Time for takeoff.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Let's
1,
play.
2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 4. I guess that's what you do, right? So you get...
Wouldn't gliding be faster?
You can probably get up to 5 at on the last one. So that was E, quick scope for DPC proc, Q, then N3 RR, N3 E, and then it was N3, N3, N4, but I could have gotten N5 E. So we get 4 N3 strings and 1 N5 string. And what was the field time for that? I guess, actually, I kind of need animal resonance for this. Because all of these characters end up with Animal Resonance. And it changes his cooldowns because... Or it changes his combos because it makes the E cooldown shorter. Right? So...
Yahoo! Think you can get away?
Oops.
Ha, here we go. Yeah.
Added a second character to slide 2 out of muscle memory? Yeah, I know.
Yahoo! Yeah, time for takeoff. Yeah. Ha, brace yourselves.
You can still get the same combo, it just ends up a little bit faster, I think. Because my execution initially was kind of ass. But yeah, so now let's take a look at the timer. So we swap the Venti
Let's play.
right before 58 happens.
Yeah. Ha. Yeah. Brace yourselves.
Okay, and we E and then are ready to swap out right before 43 happens. It's about 15 seconds of field time. You're missing half the attacks. Yeah, but that's because they haven't fucking buffed him yet. The wind arrows have better tracking than the actual normal attacks. But yeah. So was that 15 seconds of field time? Or am I high? I feel like I'm kind of high right now.
Final warning. Time for takeoff. Yeah. Here
I
we
fucked
go.
up. The walk back during his animation is going to be a pain. Yeah, you might do dash cancels instead of RR cancels just because of that.
You think you can get away? Brace yourselves. Yeah. Yeah. Here we go.
Nah, that was not 15 seconds. I was ready to swap out before 45, not 43. So it's like 12-ish to 13 seconds of field time, more or less. Let's say 12.5. And his rotations with Animal Resonance. Wait, I should have that. Unbuffed Animal Resonance. You wondered so far your email. Yeah, but I mean, it is what it is. I think you get the same amount of attacks if you dash cancel or if you RR cancel anyways. Sorry. Field time, 12.5. Cooldown time is going to be with Animal Resonance. It's 5% CDR, is it? It is, right? So... 15.2. Is it actually 15.2?
Time for takeoff.
No, it's not. Because the burst cooldown doesn't start until after burst animation is over. Right? So I will press burst when the timer hits 5.
Think you can get away?
And the burst is back. Now. So it's about 15.5 seconds later. And then with the plus 1 second with his new thing, right? Because the cooldown goes up. It'll be about 16.5. Let's round it to 17, I think. Whatever. Let's just do 16.5. Okay. Next, we want to do something similar for Wanderer and for Xiao. Can't be bothered with those, so I'll just look at the GC Sim stuff. So, Wanderer. Oh, no, no, no. Do we actually do something on Wanderer here? Yeah, we do. Okay. Let's look at field time and amount of attacks. So swap into Wanderer at 9.2. Swap out of Wanderer at 21.8. So it's also about 12.5 seconds of field time. This is including the burst, though. And his cooldown starts about a second before you swap out here. And his cooldown is 6, right? So it's this plus 5. Okay. And what combo are they using here? I think they're just using N2C and N2D, right? So they're doing... N1 and 2 C, N1 and 2 D. So this is Q, N1, then N2C, N2D, N1, N2C, N1, N2D, N1, N2D again, N1, N2C, N1, N2C, N1, N2, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 N2s in total, but that's probably a little optimistic because it's pretty GC simmed. So we probably just remove the N2 at the end. C, D, C, D. Let's just do this, another C, D, C. I think that's pretty reasonable for the Wanderer combo. And then for Xiao, Albedo doesn't snapshot anymore. Wait, really? That's very funny. That's very funny. Oh, God. Can you call Wanderer C1 for selector stuff? Maybe later. I mean, that's fine for Albedo, because pretty much the only thing he cares about in terms of snapshotting is Goro, and it's not like Goro's that good anyways. Okay. Let's take a look at this one, I guess. Right, this is high plunge. I think they do 12. So swap the Xiao at 6.9 seconds. Swap out of Xiao. At 23 seconds. Which is 16 seconds of field time. And rotation length limit would be 19. Okay. And then how many do we get? We get double skill, right? Then we get burst. Then we do plunge. I'm just gonna look up plunge in this and count them. Oh, there's a Shenyun plunge. That's crazy. So 1, 2, 3. Actually, I think it'll be easier to look up jump, because then I'll only get 1 per plunge. So 1. No, I was lying, actually. High underscore plunge. 1, 2. Fuck. Okay, never mind. I give up. We won't be able to get it one at a time. That's fine. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
And you still
13.
have a special place in my heart.
Is that 13 or 12? No, that's 12. That last one is high plunge ended. What if I do high space plunge? That should just, yeah, okay, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, it's 12. Xiao 12 plunges. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm back. Hello, chat. All right. Should also have an assumptions. For Venti, it's 3E, 4 and 3, 1 and 5. Okay. For Xiao, it's 12 plunge, 12 high plunge, 6 collisions. For Wanderer, it's 7 and 2, 4C, 3D. Q. Not gonna N1CJ, better for bosses. It's not better for bosses. It's better for bosses if your execution is bad, basically. Because you can buffer pretty much all the inputs in N1CJ, but you can't do that for just jump lunge. But frame perfect jump lunge is better. Anyways, we'll look at that later anyways. Okay. Venti. Normal attacks. So, is going to be equal to 2.5, right? Because of the new multiplier, times. We do 4 N3s, so I guess it's 5. Because we also get the N3 as part of the next string. 5 times 37.4 times 2. 81.5. 96.2. What does Animal Resonance do for animal characters? Yeah, it shortens the rotation, which matters for these comparisons because some characters can take advantage of it and some can't. Right? Like Wanderer, Animal Resonance doesn't help his rotations be faster because his cooldown doesn't start until after the skill is over and it's not that long of a cooldown. But you actually get the 1 second shorter rotation with Shao, who's actually locked behind those requirements. Anyways. That's N3. Plus the N4, which is 47.9 times 2. Plus the N5, which is 93.1. Yup. Is that it? I believe that is it, yeah. Motion value 2. So the skill is 469 times 3. And the burst is 63.9 times 25 times 135%. Because of the new buff. And finally, the absorption is 32 times 20 times 135%. Number of swirls. We get about 9 to 10 swirls from his burst. I guess I should look single target. Number of swirls. So we get about 10 from the burst, about 10 from the normals, a little bit less than 10 from the normals, about 20 total. Really. With the 3 skills, all the burst hits and all that shit. Damage 1, so without any shred, it's effective attack times motion value times defense multiplier times 0.9. And then here we don't have the defense multiplier. So your DPS during your uptime without any buffs is around 30k. Your DPS per rotation is around 20k. Let's just have a full digit here. All right. And now we can take a look at the other ones. So Shao, base attack is 349. Did I? Yeah, I did. Base attack is 349. Deathmatch is 454. Attack percent. We get Vermilion, which is like... I'll just give him 60% average. We get Deathmatch. We get Attack Sands. Move chat to the right? Sure. We get substats. And that's it. damage percent on his plunges for Chow is 95.2 from his burst, 46.6 from the thingy. I can see chat so much clearer now. It's not so that people can see chat, it's so that they can see the calcs without chat being in the way. You know what? There. You guys are gone now. Do we have any other sources of damage percent here? I don't believe we do, right? What was this 40 from again? That was DPC. So set bonus, weapon bonus, venti passive. Yeah, this is it. We also get damage bonus from Xiao's passive, which is about 15% average. Okay. And then on the skill, we get 7.5, well, 46.6 plus 7.5 here. And that's it. Why Vermilion? Here because we don't have any external attack buff, so we've got a lot of damage percent. We do not have a third source of damage, so we don't need to have that. Crit value. Xiao is crit ascension, right? Yeah. 98.4. And we also have deathmatch. EM. Say we get 80 as well. Effective attack for these is going to be the same formula. Motion value. We get a high plunge is 375.
I read that Fiatena could send lightning bolts right back into the sky. So I've got nothing to fear either.
I did not know Versa was scared of the rain. That's cool. So that's a high plunge, and a collision plunge is 150. Let's say we get 6. Okay. Next we have skill motion value, which is 430 times 2. 430 times 2. Let's also make sure that all of this is in percentage to make things straightforward. Official hex passive applied to her dynamically. Yeah, I assumed as much. Because, like, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. And I also I also never assumed that the buff would stay on a character if you swap out of them. I don't know why you would. I feel like obviously it's not gonna do that, you know? Anyways. Number of swirls, we get 12 plunges, so that's 12. And we get 2 E's, so that's 2. Very straightforward. Yo. Okay. And finally we have Wanderer. Wanderer base attack is 328. Widsith is 510. Attack percent. We're gonna give him the 30% attack from his own thing. We're gonna give him Sands. We're gonna give him Widsith. We're gonna give him substats, and that's it. Damage percent. We're gonna give him Goblet. We're gonna give him DPC. We're gonna give him Widsith. I think that's it. Right? That's on normal attacks and charge attacks. Then on the burst, we don't have this part of DPC. Yup. Crit value. 55.1. What is DPC? Desert Pavilion Chronicle. The Wanderer set. Pyro stack only for now, yeah. There are teams that get more than one Wanderer stacks, but honestly, not anymore. Right? With all the witch changes, Wanderer's best teams are not gonna have more than one stack. They're just gonna have the Pyro stack, and that'll be all. Because the characters that are gonna be good with Wanderer just aren't other effect elements. Anyways. 80, we have Widsith. So he's got a little bit more EM. Yeah. Okay. Motion value. So, we said we were assuming... Let's do a charge attack here instead. Right, so I should assume 1... Q... 1 C... before E. Okay, so... The skill multiplier at talent level 10 is 153.7 on normal attack. Times the normal attacks at talent level 9, 126.2. 119.4. Is assuming C0. For now, yes. C0. And we're getting 7 of these. Times 7. For charge attacks, we're getting 224.5. We're getting 1 before we skill. And then after we skill, it's times 143%. 224.5. And we get 4. Next, we have the dash damage, which is 140 motion value, and we get 3. And the burst damage, which is 250.2, and we get 5. Number of swirls, we get 2 from burst. I forgot the skill initial cast as well. Wait. 161.8. We get burst every rotation Wanderer. For now, that's what we're looking at, yes. I just want to have a baseline to compare things to. So 2 from burst. Each N2 is another one, so that's 7 from the N2s. Each C is another one, so that's 5 from the Cs. The E is 1. And then the dash. What's his ICD on the dash? I don't actually know. I think it's special ICD once per dash, right? Wanderer, HomDG Cats, notes. I think it's Wanderer permanent skill. Right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just once per dash. So we do 3 dashes, so that's 3. Okay. Oh, what's going on here? Oh. Yeah. So this is the baseline for these characters if you play them basically solo, right? Like, assuming you fulfill any, like, requirements for their kit to function. So for Wanderer, you get the Pyro stack. For Venti, you get an Absorption. Assuming you do that, this is the damage they can output solo. But there's a lot of caveats to this, right? But I just want to have a baseline of comparison to contextualize how much damage Venti is doing. Next, I want to do the same thing, but with Instead of unbuffed Animal Resonance single target, we'll look at a full team. But we're all going to give them the same team for now. So, Farazan, Bennett, Durin. Single target. In this team, Xiao doesn't do as many plunges. Because we don't want to be on field for 16 seconds. Right? So, what do we get? We already have the Animal Resonance. We're not going to take energy requirements into account just yet. Farazan burst. Durin burst. Bennett burst. Is about 5 seconds, I'd say. So you will be doing 19-second rotations. Maybe it's more like 6 seconds, honestly. You lose 3 seconds of field time on Xiao. That's basically 3 plunges. So we now have 9 plunges, 4.5 collisions. The other characters do not lose any motion value. Shouldn't you go Durin, Farazan, Bennett? Because Durin has the highest uptime. Pretty sure Farazan with the C2 is higher uptime. But you can Durin for it doesn't fucking matter. Sure, you can Durin before Farazan. I guess if you need to extend your rotation for some reason, it's not really a punishment on or to have Durin stuff expire because he's not really buffing anything. Anyways, so for the attack percent, what do we gain? So we gain Pyro Resonance. We gain Noblesse. We gain TOM. And that's it. Right? You know, Mona C1 doesn't work off field, even with the changes. I think that's a bug. They tried to make the value change while off field, and they just accidentally made it not work at all. That's not making it to live. If that is indeed true. Yeah. Flat attack. We just gain 1050 on all of them. Damage percent. We gain Farazan. We gain... Is that it, actually? Is that the only damage we gain? Farazan on scroll. She's on TOM here. You're pretty saturated on damage percent. I guess you could be on scroll for the Wanderer team, but it's gonna be really similar. And realistically, we should probably do 8 high plunges. N1C, 8 high plunge, 4 collisions. And go on Long Night's Oath now, because we have a lot of attack. And not that much more damage. But yeah, Farazan gives damage, but both Bennett and Durin don't. So it's just plus 38.3 on both of these. And on all of these. And then here, we also have the Bennett C6 damage percent. Though it's not very much. Crit value, we gain 40. I should also make it so that the crit multiplier is if this is less than 4, this squared divided by 8 plus 1. Otherwise, this minus 1. Yep. Yeah, sorry, the Wanderer combo is not in order. Because it's kind of like you can't really put it in order unless you're willing to make like write everything down. Because the combo is like Q C E N2C N2D N2C N2D N2C N2D N2C plunge. Actually, no plunge, but whatever. Yeah, exactly. It's you're doing N2C, but when the dash is available, you dash instead of C. That's it. Okay, so we have the crit from Farazan added. No additional EM. And motion value, no changes. Which leaves us with the shred. We now have 30 shred from Farazan. And then Venti gets 35 shred, so it's 1.275. But the others only get 20. Because they're in passive. So it's 1.2. This is 1.125. And this is 1.05. There we go. And then I need to properly change the Shao stuff as well. So we're getting less swirls. We're getting 10 total from this now. We're getting 8, 4. We're getting... I guess I should add normal and charge attack damage here. Right? This is right, this is right, this would be 0. Okay. And now you get N1C at the start. Shao, N1, 46.3 times 2. And C is 204. Okay. And we can now change to Long Night South. So minus 60% plus 85%. Okay. But if you were to give them all the same bonuses from Durin, right? Oh my god, not again. If you were to give them all the same bonuses from Durin, right? Oh, right. Go. Both of these will go up a little, but not quite enough to catch up to Venti. Which is kind of crazy, actually. But the thing is, that doesn't mean that Venti DPS, the DPS is still ass. Well, you have damage coming from the rest of the team. We're just looking at personal DPS for now. But yeah, that doesn't mean that Venti carry is better. Because, 1, this is not the best team for Venti carry. But 2, and arguably more importantly, this is not the best team for Wanderer and Shao carry anymore. Because both Wanderer and Shao now have Venti as part of their best team. The fact that Venti can't use Venti as a support is one of the biggest issues that he has as a carry. Can Shao even hit enemies in Venti Burst? It depends. Sometimes, sometimes not. But yeah, it can be a problem for sure. Is he not buffing himself? He is, but the thing is, Venti's carry roll is not that good, right? Like, if you look at the damage that Venti's doing here, and you just remove the normal attack damage, he's still doing 26k. And that's with Rust, right? So with a weapon that's actually good for him on a support role, he'd be at like 30k in this team. So on fielding him only gives you like 25k more DPS. If there's any carry that would do more than 25k if you on-fielded them, they're going to be better. What's the new best Wanderer team? I don't remember what my Venti stuff was for these things. I think it was Venti Farazan Durin that was outperforming the rest. But this was pre-change. Did I? No, I put the changes in here. Although, yeah, maybe I wonder if like no. Wanderer without sustain? Yeah, I know. It's a little cooked. It's definitely a little cooked. That's one of the upsides of Venti as a carry, is you have more flexibility in your teams for like the optimal stuff. But it's okay. But yeah, so like here you can see where the problems lie, right? One of Xiao's problems is that his field time is too long. Like, his DPR potential can be very good, but it requires very, very long field time, and that extends your rotation length, and the end of your field time doesn't catch buffs, which means that in practice, you end up doing different rotations that have a lot less DPR. A bit like Sino, yeah, I guess. What the hell is that? Okay, I mean, they'll be acting like it's floating on LSF when it's got 0 upvotes and 4 comments. Ain't no way, man. Clips out of context. I mean, to be fair, that clip isn't out of context, right? I made a very obviously exaggerated statement. Said that people that call XP that write XP just XP without the E should be shot. I think anyone with half a brain can tell that that's not a serious statement, and I don't actually endorse shooting people who write it that way. But like, whatever, man. Like, you wanna make it into a thing. Like, don't do that here. You're not like whatever. Go be a drama frog somewhere else, man. Jesus Christ. Thanks for the clarification. I was really worried. All right, thanks. I got you. Anyways, yeah, this also doesn't take energy requirements into account, so like Xiao's a little even more cooked than this sometimes, but Calc Xiao and Sijin with a 600% attack buff. True! Okay. Now we can have some actual, like, full team calcs as well. So... we can look at... Venti, quote, hyper. To which Durin here. Okay. Venti, quote, hyper, which would be Venti, Bennett, Farazan, Durin. Right? Which is just... oops. Okay. Assumptions are going to be Durin, EEQ, Farazan, Q, Bennett, EQ, Venti, E. C, Q. Four and 3, and 5, 2E. Okay. Bennett, Sapwood, Noblesse, Farazan, Fav, TOM. Why charge that on Venti to proc the set bonus from DPC? I believe in 100k. It's not. It's not 100k. Trust me, it's not even close. Wolfang. What the? Wolfang, and what set do we give him? Just two piece? Yeah. Okay. So Bennett, 191, 565. Attack percent, 20, 20, 25. 46.6. We can go attack sands on this team. Not that it matters very much, but we can. So that's cool. Damage percent, we've got 15 from his thing, 46.6 from the goblet. That's it. Right? No, we got 20 from Noblesse. And then damage percent 2. Crit value, 60, 62.2, 20 times 6.6. Crit multiplier, this squared divided by 8 plus 1. Effective attack. And then instead of this, I'll have this be rotation, length, and this be DPS. Okay. You try to replace Bennett with Mona. I think the attack from Farazan from DDS is enough to consider substituting, considering Mona's new buff with Extended Omen. It's not going to be that good, because one, you can't Hydro Infuse Venti, otherwise you're cooked as hell, because you lose the Durin Shred. But two, honestly, you're more saturated on damage percent than you are on attack in this team. And if you're not looking at reaction teams, then replace Durin. No, because the Shred is good. If you're replacing anyone, I think it's probably Farazan. As tragic as that is. We can take a look at some of those later, though. Isn't Farazan Res Shred a true 20% increase because of how Res Shred works? Not when you have Durin, because Durin's already giving you Shred, so it's a lot less valuable. It's closer to, like, 12-ish. Like 15-ish. Whatever. Anyways. Motion value for Bennett. Let me open this shit. Bennett, where are you? Bennett, okay. So Bennett, skill is 275, burst is 466. Okay. Farazan. Base attack 196, Fav 454. Although I don't know if you actually go Fav in this team. You can probably use the new bow. Which is 510 base. Attack percent, we have... Yeah. I didn't include 20% from substats. I guess I should do that. And then 56 from the bow. We don't have Bennett attack, though. Damage percent, we have on the burst. Does her own burst benefit from her damage bonus, by the way? Like the cast? I don't think so, right? Maybe it does, though. I've never actually checked. So... Farazan... Like, sure, whatever. I need to have a... I need to have... Yeah. A flower that doesn't give me attack or crit damage, ideally. On Noblesse. Queer rate, ER, EM, that's perfect. Okay. And then, do I have any other damage percent? I have Animo here, but that's it. Okay. So now we just take a look at the damage we do.
Have fun with this gift.
11,466 on a crit. Oh, wait. I think I... Did I dash? I don't know.
Truth repeats its course.
4619. 4619 on a non-crit. And then if we remove the two-piece noblesse, we go from 4619.
Have fun with this gift.
Okay, we got a crit. Of course we got a crit. I don't know if I dashed for the first one, so I need to compare to the non-crit.
Repeats its course.
Dude, I have 20% crit rate.
Gears of the storm.
4159. There we go. So the increase was 11%. And right now I have 46.6. And it's supposed to go 146.6. And plus 20%. Okay. If we add 38.3. Actually, Mike Farazan isn't crowned, right? How much do I have? $34.2. Yeah, okay. So we do get the buff, the burst buff. Alright, but so her burst damage bonus is 46.6, 38.3. Is that it? We have the Venti buff as well. Or do we? I mean, we have it on the second rotation. Do we actually? Wait. No, we don't. It's only while... Yeah, okay. So... Is that it for damage percent? I think so. And then for the damage percent... on the rest, it's this. Crit value, crit multiplier, effective attack. Amount of swirl procs is 8 swirls, should be. Wait. Motion value on the burst, 755.2. On the skill, 297.6. And 216 times... How many pressurized collapses do you get? Is it 5 or 6? I think it's 6. What's that? Yeah, okay. Cool. Yeah. Number of swirl, we said, should be 8. And then the damage here. Okay. Just going to be the same as this. Okay. And finally, we have Durin himself. 347. 510. Attack percent. Pretty much the same as Bennett here. Yeah. Flat attack. Yeah. Total attack. Yeah. Damage percent. We have Goblet. We have 2-piece, 2-piece. We have Wolf Fang. Damage percent. Non-burst. Oops. Crit value. 98.4. 27.6 times 2. 16. Effective attack. Motion value on the skill. 179.5. On the burst. 148.4. You forget Venti buff on Durin. Venti doesn't buff Durin. What are you talking about? Venti only buffs characters that trigger Swirl. Um, 111.5. 127.4. And then, I guess 15 hits of 166.6. And we've got the shred is 1.125. Am I an idiot? Oh my god, I am an idiot. There we go. Okay. Let me also just properly adjust these things. Because they're just referring cells for some of this, which I don't like. Like, these are fine, but this one shouldn't. This one should be this formula. Even though it'll be the same number, it'll make it easier to move these. Oops. Yeah. These ones are fine. This is fine. And I've already changed these. Okay. These are the Duran ICD leaks. These are all things you already knew, other than Yahoda, but Yahoda lol W. Okay. So, you know what? What changed? Something well, many things changed. What's going on here? There we go. Okay. Something's very wrong here. Oh. Yeah. Right. There we go. And now... There we go. Nope, that's... There's still a problem. Oh, number of swirls. Okay, there we go. We've got this here now. So, we've looked at Venti, like, quote, hyper. But that's kind of, like, not real anymore. So we can take a look at a few other things. We can look at replacing Farazan. Actually, I'll be right back. I have returned. Hello. So, who should we start by replacing here? I guess we start by replacing Farazan. Right? Also, let me put this at 0. This at 0. This at 0. Just so it's easier to navigate. Actually, shit, chat. I forgot the Durin thingy. I'm an idiot. Um... 50% times 15. There we go. Okay. All right. We've removed this. We can now remove the 38.3 buff from Farazan. The TOM buff. And the .40 crit value buff. Alright. And you can see how much damage Farazan is providing to this team in total, which is about 20k. So let's look at a few alternatives. First, we can look at Fischl. Now, with Fischl, you just go to Fischl after the Venti burst, and you just press E and then back to Venti. Right? Or you press Q and then back to Venti. She would be on the new bow as well. And I think she would be on TOM as well, too. So a lot of the things are going to be similar here. Characters. Fischl. 244 plus 510. Attack percent, new bow kind of good. Yeah, if you have AR requirements, which Fischl does in this team, it's such a big stat stake. Anyways, Farazan, same attack percent, yeah. Flat attack, we do get the Bennett buff. Oopsie. Okay. Total attack, same formula. We also get the 45 buff from her new passive. Damage percent. What do we get? We get 46.6. But what else do we get?
I read that Fiatena could send lightning bolts.
She's scared of the rain again. Okay, so yeah, we get the goblet. If we go TOM, is that it? I guess so. Maybe Golden Troop is better then. Yeah, let's just go Golden Troop for now. Plus 70. Crit value is the same, yeah. EM, 80. An overload proc is 39.79. Base damage. Motion value. We've got 178 times 12. We've got 439 divided by 2 and 638 divided by 2. Yeah. Actually, this 638 divided by 2 is going to be here. Ascension 4 proc is going to be 1. And C6 proc is going to be... $17. Overloads should be like 8-ish. Electro Shred. Animo Shred. Animo Shred is a little bit down because we don't have Farazan anymore. Electro Shred is the same as Pyro Shred. Yup. Which brings your total damage lower for Fischl. Did I put the 45% attack? I did not. There we go. That's not... What's wrong with me, man? Just say Rust R5 DPC. There we go. So Fischl isn't better. Plus, there's actually 20-second rotations now. She get the EM? No, unfortunately. I guess you can probably go stringless, though. Because you don't burst every rotation, right? You alternate burst and skill. So it should make her damage a bit higher. Yeah. Not that much, though. Anyways. We now take this, and instead of Fischl, we go Albedo. So we lose the 45% here. And that's it for what we lose on the rest of the team. And then we have Albedo on Spindle Husk. Assume C1 Albedo? Nope, not yet. His base defense is 876. Defense percent, 69, 58.3, 30, 54. Damage percent, we have Goblet. We have Ascension stat. We have Husk. We have Ascension passive. We have new passive. Do we have anything from the rest of the team? I don't believe we do, no. We now also have 42 damage percent on everything else. Here. 12 here. And 42 here. Okay. And then I'm too lazy to do actual attack as well, so I'll just divide this shit by 2 because he's got about half the attack that he has defense. It is what it is. Close enough. Motion value. This is a 20-second rotation as well. So let's assume 9 hits of Albedo. So 9 times 227, 240, 80. Then we have 222. plus 624 plus 122.4 times 3. Yeah. The shred is exactly the same. And we have albedo at a similar amount of Farazan. But that's because Bennett is kind of an imposter in this team. Because he's only buffing Venti, and Venti's like half of your team DPS. So if you replace Bennett, right, we lose the Pyro Resonance. We go Noblesse on Durin, so we lose 15 damage % on him. And Pyro Resonance. We lose the Bennett buff. Now here, we can have, honestly, either Farazan or Fischl. Start with Fischl, I guess. Fischl in this team, right, doesn't have this thing, but that's it. No, that's not it. We also don't have TOM. No, we didn't. I forgot to remove the TOM here, didn't I? I removed it on the others, though. Just not here. Okay. But I forgot to add the Ascension 24% attack. Oops. So I guess it makes up for it. This isn't single target? Yes, it is. The damage doesn't go up that much in AoE, though. Anyways. Attack is good. We don't have the Bennett buff anymore either. But we get the Exon Circle buff here instead. The shred is still the same. Yep. Really? I thought it would be higher than that. I guess it's just the Farazan team that's higher than that. Alright. Oh, it's because I fucking forgot the 45% again, man. Yeah. Maybe I'm disillusioned, but isn't 73k DPS for a 3-cost team disgustingly low? Yeah, it's not very good. Okay, so we gain the TOM back, we lose the official buff. Wait, am I an idiot? I am an idiot. This is not a 20-second team. This is an 18-second team. Is it actually 18? Yeah, it is. Because I was like, we don't have animal resonance anymore, so the rotation length is back to 20. But no, because sure, we don't have animal resonance, but we also don't have a 20-second cooldown either. So, yeah. Same for this one, right? It's also 18? Yeah. Yeah. And then this one. Venti, Bennett, Fischl. Also 18. But I do need to... You take Farazan's A4 into account? Nope, because it's not real. I also need to remove one hit of Durin if we're on a 19-second rotation. Or an 18-second rotation, I mean. Okay. Now, we are back to 19 for these. We have the... Yeah, I did put the TOM buff back. We also have the... $38.3. We also have 40 CV. And we also have the Shred. Yeah. That makes sense. And this one, I guess, on an 18-second rotation, we only get 8. Here, 8.5 on a 19-second one. Yeah. But yeah, so you're basically always around 80k with Venti carry. But on other animal carries, you can get higher because you can use Venti as a support. So let us take this, copy it here, and move this to a different slot. EM multiplier. Okay, I got some fucking problems. Okay. That. So let's look at Shao Venti, I guess, first. No. Let's look at Wanderer, Venti, Durin, Albedo, I guess, for now. Oh, Farazan. Let's do Farazan. Yeah. Okay. So now instead of Rust R5 on Venti, what do we give him? What should we give him instead of Rust R5? What's a good stat stake for Burst Venti? I guess it's just stringless, but like, ugh. It's kind of fake, man. The new bow, it won't be better than stringless. I guess it actually might be. Because stringless kind of sucks. Well, I mean, no, it's fine. Let's just do stringless for now. We still have this. Yeah, we don't have the 41.3% attack from this. Do we have power resonance? We do not. This is going to be Noblesse, Durin, TOM, Farazon. So we do have those 20% attack buffs. Yeah. We don't have the Bennett attack buff. Damage percent. We don't have Rust. We don't have DPC. What set do we go instead of DPC? I mean, we could just go VV. Because it's not like he has a good set. If his EO requirements were higher, Emblem would be good, but they're just really low, so it's not. Yeah, let's just go VV. So, we have the 50%, but the 50%... I guess it does apply to his normal attacks. And so does the Farazon. This, yeah, okay. And then for this, we do have this, we do have this. The 50% doesn't really apply to most hits of his burst. It applies for 4 seconds-ish out of 10, so it's like about 20% average. And then the Farazon buff is like almost just not there, I guess. But it is kind of there. So let's do like 10% average from Farazon, or 8 seconds VV uptime just for Durin. I mean, what the fuck else are you gonna give him? But it'll be more than 8, because your rotation wants to do 2 Venti E's anyways. Right, so after your Wanderer, you swap back to Venti, you use E. Then you go to Durin, then Farazon, then back to Venti and EQ. So it's actually more like 14-ish seconds. Can't you use Scroll? I don't think it's better than VV. Maybe it is. We can take a look at both. Instead of 20, let's do 50% times 40%. Yeah. And then for the burst infusion, 50% times 40%, and none of this. Okay. Crit value, we have Farazon, and it does snapshot. Does it snapshot? It doesn't snapshot. I'm lying. Times 40%. No, times 25%. Okay. EM, we have 80, we have 165. Yeah, multiplier is plus 1.6. All right. And then the motion value, we only have N2. So this is gone, this is gone, this is gone, this is gone. And we only have 2 E's. Okay. We now have 1 swirl plus 2 swirls plus 10 swirls, so 13 swirls total. Okay, that makes sense. Durin. We can probably mostly yoink. But this 35 is only 20, and this 15 is gone. We don't have power resonance. The rest is fine. This is 15, yeah. Carlis. Yeah. Oh, that's a problem, huh? Oh god. That's a little bit pathetic, huh? Did I fuck something up for these things? I might have, actually. Yeah. I assumed full uptime on this. That's wrong. Oh no. Oh no. That's not good. That's not good at all. Oh well. We just don't have this. The rest is there. Pretty much all of it. Yeah. Yup. This is also single target, right? In AoE it gets better. But, yeah. Hmm. We're gonna have to change a couple things here. Right? Like, for example... take care of these things, then... Yeah, there's clearly some other issues right now. Effective attack. Yeah. Okay. Motion value should be fine. Shred. Oh. Okay. So now we add the buffs, right? So we have 25, no. 20% from TOM, 20% from Noblesse. That's it for attack buffs. Damage percent, 38.3 from Farazan, 50 from Venti. Crit value, 40 from Farazan. Yeah. Shred, 1.275. And 1.325, actually. We also have Durin's damage at higher than that because of the shred. You're like basically 30% average shred from the set. So let's just make this 275. Yeah. That should be good. Yeah. Chat. Honestly, this is a bit worse than I thought. The Venti off-field damage in a team like this is lower than I expected it to be, because I kind of fucked up my stuff last calcs I did. That's higher than... Yeah, I mean, it's definitely better than the current Wanderer teams. This is, Widsith, DPC. There's another thing I want to look at here. Okay, why the fuck is one of the things different? The Farazan stuff is different. Why? Of course. That's even worse, yeah. Okay. Well, it is what it is. Okay. So something I wanted to look at was if you remove this and you do quick swap Venti. Right, so we'll get let's just do 3 and 3s total. Fucking Cardis. Yeah. But now we're back to pretty much full uptime on this shit. Right? Am I missing anything else for this? Oh, right. Obviously, you wouldn't go stringless anymore. Let's just go Viridescent Hunt at this point, right? We're at 22k here. Oh, I forgot the fucking damage percent from stringless. That's kind of important. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And then let's look at Hazo, right? Because, like, right now, if you want to do quick swap, Hazo is, like, your swap target. Right? Can't really think of another swap target that really functions. So, what does he get from cons? Attack speed doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Talent levels, energy, doesn't matter. And it's just crit. Okay. So, Hazel on Golden Troop, I guess. Widsith. Base attack, 225. 510. Lanyan. I could look at Lanyan too, but Hazel should be better. Attack percent, same as Venti, right? Does he get any attack percent from his Ascension stuff? No. Yeah. So, same as Venti plus Widsith. Damage percent, same as Venti. We do get all these things. This is VV, so that's not there. Okay, so we have Venti's buff, Goblet, Farazan's buff, Widsith buff, Golden Troop. And on non-skill damage, we just don't have Golden Troop. Crit value, we have Widsith. Elemental Mastery, we have Widsith, and we have his Ascension passive. Effective attack. Yeah, we can just take these. Swirl proc, yeah. Motion value. So, oh yeah, we also have the crit value from Hazel's Burst, or Hazel's C6, I mean, which is... He has 4 stacks, right? Yeah, so it's 16, 32, 64 CV. Fucking Carlis. It's 2.5 without it. 2.525. Yeah. And then, yeah, pyro damage, I guess we should have as well. We don't have this. We do have this. We don't have this. We don't have this. Okay. Motion value, 1. So we get 455 plus 113.8 times 4 plus 227.5 times 2. We get... Yeah, it is. 629.4. Let's say 1.5 per rotation. You just burst when it's available here. It's not particularly strict rotations. And then how many charge attacks? Like, how many N1Cs are we doing? 63.7 plus 124.1 times maybe 6 in total per rotation. Something like that. And then 42.9% here. Yeah. Then swirls, each N1C is 1.5 swirl. So that's 9 from that. Plus 1 from burst, so 10. Plus 2 from skill, so 12. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, so you end up with something with Hazo. That's like about 10% behind Wanderer or Shao. With Hazel being as bad as he is. So if you had a character that behaved like Hazel, but that had good numbers, they'd kind of pop the fuck off here. Yeah, this is like the lead up to Varka. Chao Venti. Chao Venti will be very similar to Wanderer Venti. What's the highest DPS he got? I think I was at 82 on one of these teams. 84 on this one with official albedo. You know, I think I overestimated Venti's buffs a little bit. Because I was assuming that he got permanent uptime on his own 50% damage bonus. If he's being played off field, and he doesn't. It's not even close to that. So, it's a little sus. Isn't he able to activate it off field? He's not the one activating it, right? Like, the effect can activate when he's off field, but he's not the one that gets the damage bonus. This just means that if you're on fielding Shao, Shao can get this 50% damage bonus. But Venti doesn't get it. Right? Because it's after a nearby active character. Maybe it's not. Maybe it is actually saying that Venti can get it all the time. I don't know, man. Actually, it might be. That might be what this is saying. That actually might be. It kind of sounds like it is, now that I think about it. You're probably right. Because, like, I don't know if Venti can trigger this effect even when off-field refers to Venti can be the beneficiary of this buff, or if it means this effect of Venti's can be activated even when he's off-field to buff the current on-field character. It could mean either. There's not that much consistency in Genshin's wording for these kinds of things. But it's not even that big of a deal, honestly. I don't know. Aw. You know, I kind of want to look at, like, Venti Albedo with Varessa. The problem is you can't trigger Cinder City on Eonsan in that team, because you don't have anything to react with Electro as the trigger. So you lose Cinder City. That's actually kind of a big problem. Use Bennett. Even with Venti's energy refund, your ER requirements if you use Bennett are too ass. Use Aoife. Okay, buddy. But I mean, I'm down to take a look at some Varessa stuff. But yeah, the problem is like getting Venti Electro Infusion if you're doing Durin might be sus. Maybe not actually. I don't know. Hmm.
Right back into
How many things of Aristas can you get in a 10-second window for VV? If you go from the VV directly to her. So if you start with no Night Soul, let's start at 8. 1, 2,
Heads up!
3,
Justice o'clock!
4. We'd have time to do a 5th one, but the cooldowns don't allow us to. That's fine. And if we start with full Night Soul, let's start at 50.
It's justice o'clock!
1,
Oof!
2, 3, 4,
Charge!
5. Yeah. You can get the 5, no problem. In 10 seconds. And then maybe you go refresh VV and then do two charge attacks. Maybe. Probably. Like something like this.
Brace yourselves. Time for takeoff.
I'm an idiot. I gotta start with the E. Oopsie.
Heads up!
So.
Burst.
Faster! Stronger! Think you can get away? Hi! Yeah! Yeah! It's justice o'clock! Yeah! Headbutt! It's justice o'clock! Yep!
No, that's more than 20 seconds.
Control breathing. Let's
If you add the...
time for takeoff. Hi!
If you add the swap back for VV.
Hi! Oof! Heads up! Charge!
Burst forth.
Or sorry, that's more than 18.
Yahoo!
Yahoo! Sorry. I guess you just alternate then. Right? Like, first rotation you do this because you start with full Night Soul.
Controlled breathing. Brace yourselves. Think you can get away? Hero incoming!
Where you do 5.
Oof! Hero incoming! Yeah! Headbutt! Charge! Let's play!
Come into B.
Let's...
You do burst here. Actually, maybe you just do 1, actually. Wait, actually, that's probably the play.
Oof! Look out below!
Live.
Faster! Stronger! Here we go! Time for takeoff! Charge! Yeah! Headbutt! Charge! Yeah! Yeah! Hero
Okay,
incoming!
fuck you.
Brace yourselves! Look out below!
Burst forth.
Let's... Yahoo! Think you can get away? Ha!
Then you do this.
Hero incoming! Yeah! Headbutt!
Yeah, that's probably what you do.
Stronger.
No Cinder City proc. Yeah, this is a team that wouldn't be able to proc Cinder City, so
I read that
that's a bit
Fiatena
annoying,
could
but it
send
is what it
lightning
is.
bolts right back into the sky. So
Alright, so you end up with 5E on the first one. Then the second, or 5E, 1C on the first one. Then also like 1C, 5E on the second one. And then 4E, 2C on the third one. And you repeat that. Yeah, that seems pretty solid. You can proc Cinder City against Hera. True! Yeah. I mean, realistically, if you can somehow get a Durin infusion, Durin's probably better here. But then, is Venti actually better than Chevreuse? I guess not, right? Yeah, you get so little out of them here. Maybe these teams are just doomed from the start. Yeah, I think these teams are just doomed from the start. I don't really know what else you can do with Venti here. Like, I guess the only thing that's left that would make sense is potentially Hydro teams. Because with Electro and Pyro teams, Chevreuse is just too good. And with Cryo teams, Escoffier is too good. But with Hydro teams, Escoffier isn't as good. Because your second Cryo option in Hydro teams for Escoffier aren't the best. Right? You end up playing Burst Mode Skirk or like Citlali, neither of which are that great. So I could see a world where Venti, Inefa, maybe, for Hydro carries, is pretty solid. But honestly, I feel like it's kind of cope. Like, you kind of just do it for the grouping. The damage, I don't think, is enough. But, like, I don't know. Neuvillette, Inefa, Venti, Mona, Venti, Albedo. You do absorb Hydro here, so it alleviates Neuvillette's solo Hydro ER requirements a lot. This might be alright, honestly. What about Durin? Durin will be pretty ass here. I mean, he'll be okay, but I don't know. With a White Mode Durin nerfs, I don't think he's that good here anymore. I don't see that being better than Farina. I don't know. I feel like I could. Let's take a look. So, Neuvillette here would be on Sack Jade. What would the rotation look like here, actually? I don't have Inefa, but we could just use like Fischl as a placeholder or some shit, or Raiden as a placeholder or some shit. I don't know. What happens? I guess I can't test this here. What happens if you... How easy / hard is it to get the Hydro Infusion in that team? Because you don't have off-field Hydro, so you need to, like, time your stuff properly. Will Venti infuse before you can swap to Neuvillette? If there's Electro on the enemy?
Stay close and you will live.
Let's give ourselves a few favs just to make the testing easier. More favs, please. More favs, please. So, if I have, like, this... That's not Albedo. What the fuck am I doing?
Understood.
So... If I've got this shit going, and I do this, and then I do this...
Think you can get away?
Silence.
Okay, it seems like we can get the Hydro Infusion before... Like, we can get... It seems like we can get Hydro onto the enemy before Venti tries to pick up an element. Right? So if we do... This...
There is
This...
no time for takeoff.
Bow your head.
Yeah, we're getting the Hydro Infusion here. Oh my god. Venti aggroed him again. So... We do like this, this,
Settle
this.
Yahoo! Think you can get away?
Be sanctified. Bow your head.
Here we go.
Oopsie. We have wiggle room in the rotation too. Venti has effect priority, so it should be Hydro Infused now. Unless you don't have Hydro on the enemy at all, which is possible. So, what sort of rotation would I want to do exactly here? We probably do Neuvillette E, Albedo E, Q, Inefa E.
Silent.
Feel this ancient power.
Shine down. Brace yourselves. Time for takeoff.
Bow your head. The tides beckon. Justice is
Yeah.
blind.
Something like this. You wouldn't Inefa Burst in this one. I guess that's fine. I guess you might as well Inefa Burst instead of Albedo Burst, though. When you, like, you alternate the two, maybe? Is the Albedo ult for? Yeah, it's for the EM. We just alternate Albedo and Inefa and don't build any ER on either. So like
Live! Illusion shattered! Now you shall perish!
Think you can get away?
Settle down. Let the mighty be humble.
Here we go.
yeah, having to swap back to Venti is definitely a bit annoying. Maybe we swap to Neuvillette a bit later then. Right? So we do like Albedo EQ,
Witness my great under...
Inefa E, Neuvillette E, Venti EQ,
Time for takeoff.
Neuvillette charge attack, Q,
Be sanctified.
Venti refresh PV, Neuvillette charge attack,
Bow your
E
head.
charge attack, charge attack,
Illusion shattered! Inazuma shines eternal!
Silence.
yeah. Here, I'm not getting my Hydro when I swap to Venti, but that's because I don't have Lunar Charge. I'm on Electro Charge instead. Lunar Charge ticks a lot slower. So I should have the Hydro when I swap to Venti. And I guess that's the rotations you do, right?
Come into being! Moments of birth! Shine down!
Bow your head.
Brace yourselves. Think you can get away?
Let the mighty be humble. Silence.
Live! There is no
I would
escape!
use Inefa Burst here.
Settle down.
Here we go. Time for takeoff.
Be sanctified.
Brace yourselves.
Bow your head.
Yeah. That should be okay. So let's look at that, I guess. ER requirements will be pretty trivial thanks to Venti. So... Neuvillette, Slack Jade, Maréchaussée, Inefa. What do we even go on Inefa here? Just 4-piece Gilded? Deathmatch. Gilded Dreams. Stringless. VV. And Spindle Husk. Right. Okay. Characters. Hydro. Neuvillette. 14,695. Base HP. HP percent. Sack Jade. Substats. Yeah. Flat HP around 5k. Why is Albedo on Husk and now Golden Troop? They're basically the same. Damage percent, we have, for now, Goblet, Ascension passive, Maréchaussée, Albedo. Is that it? Think so, yeah. Damage percent for the non-charge attack damage. Just have Goblet and Albedo. Crit value, 98.4, 62.2, 20 times 6.6. Maréchaussée. Sack Jade. Elemental Mastery. We got 40 from Sack Jade, about 80 from Substats. Then we have... how much attack is Inefa going to be at? Inefa base attack is what, 330, I think? Yeah, 330 plus 454. We got double attack main stat. Deathmatch effect. Substats. Right, so 6% of this, around 130 EM when her thing is active. When her thing is active, it's active for the whole rotation. And it's every other rotation that you have it. So, around 130, oh, 135-ish. Times every other rotation. And 125 from Albedo. Also every other rotation, but half uptime, so divided by 4 instead. I think that's it. Yeah, multiplier. The only reaction Nevilet is triggering is Lunar Charge. Lunar Charge is 1.14 times 6 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1. We don't have Ascendant Gleam, so we don't have the extra from that. Is Sucrose not always better than Venti? We'll look at Sucrose as well. But the biggest problem with Sucrose here is energy. So it's around 5 from Inefa, 3 non-caught, and then 4 from Albedo, 2 non-caught, and then Venti, which is going to be 1 caught, 1 non-caught. So this is Venti. Burst requirement for Nevilet is 60, right? Or is it 70? It's 70. My bad. Clear particles here. None other than the HP drops. 3, 1.8, 1, 0.6, 2, 1.2. So this is energy, cost, refund, ER. Right, so in this team, your ER requirements are around 138. I guess you would probably just go Fav Venti at that point. Right? ER requirements at 110. Right? Same thing with Sucrose. This is Fav Venti. Right? This is Sac Frag Sucrose. 4, 0. Oh no, that's 0. Oops. This is 4, yeah. And this is 0. With Sacrifice Sucrose, your ER requirements here are at 170. Big fucking difference, right? Like, that's not something you can do. You could go 5 Sucrose, and it helps a little. But it's still 136, which is still pretty high. So for now, let's just look at Venti. Okay, damage percent on Inefa is just 12 from Albedo. Crit value on Inefa, we've got Crit Ascension. We've got Deathmatch. We don't have, I shall say, this squared divided by 8 plus 1. EM on Inefa. Yep, pretty much exactly the same stuff. We don't have the 40 from Sack Jade, though. Alright. LC Rock. Number of LC. Okay. Effective HP for Neuvillette will be his total HP times a 1 plus damage percent times crit multiplier. His effective HP for non-charge attack damage will be this, and that's it. A Lunar Charge proc. What's the base damage for Lunar Charge again? Is it 2620? Or is that a different one? Dude, where the fuck do I find it, man? Why is it not on the fucking wiki? Lunar Charge internal cooldown. Why is it there? Are you sure it's there? Because I don't see that tab. I don't see internal cooldown as a tab. Fuck me, man. Why does every reaction have it other than Lunar Charge? Maj. Oh, it's 1.8 times level multiplier. Okay, bet. Which is... Yeah. So it's 1.8 divided by 3 times 4341. It's 2604. Times EM multiplier times crit multiplier. Yup. 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 Make it closer to your mouth. I mean, I'm trying, but I'm kind of... Yeah, things are a little sus. It is what it is. Okay. Neuvillette motion value. It's 13.45 times 1.6 times 8 times 4. Then 21.87 times 2 plus 37.84 plus 15.48. Number of lunar charges. He has actually the higher lunar charge multiplier of the two, which is pretty funny. I said I was going Gilded Dreams, actually. I forgot to put the Gilded Dreams effect bonus, which is 230 EM. So maybe that's wrong. They basically have the same, so it doesn't really matter. This team... It's a 24-second rotation, but it doesn't have full uptime on Lunar Charge on the enemies. It'll be about 10 procs, I would say. Let's just do 10, 5. They're the same damage, basically. Damage 1. So this times 190 divided by 390 times... All of the hydro damage is with Shred. So 1.15. And then for Lunar Charge damage, most of it is with Shred. But there's going to be a small part of it that isn't, which is fine. Okay. So here, Nervidette personal DPS at around 50k. Inefa, effective attack. This is going to be this. And then effective attack, Lunar Charge, is going to be no damage percent. Instead, we have EM multiplier. Motion value 1 is going to be... 146.9. Oops. 146.9 plus 163.2 times 10, because it's not full uptime. And it's like 11 average, actually, because we EQ when it's available. Plus 1150.6 divided by 2. And then motion value Lunar Charge is 65 times 3 times 11. Our Shred is 1.1. And Lunar Charge ignores defense. Yup. Okay. Then we have Venti. Venti. Base attack 263 plus 5. Attack percent, we go attack, damage crit most likely. Damage percent, we have 50, 46.6, 15. Is that it? Kinda, yeah. And then the damage percent for non-animo damage is just 50. Crit value, we don't have crit ascension. We don't have a crit weapon. EM, 80. Well, just this without this. EM multiplier. I guess I need a second EM multiplier. EM multiplier 2. $16 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1.6. Okay, effective attack for animo damage. Effective attack for for the hydro damage. How much DPS does this team reach? Any prediction? I'm thinking probably 90k, maybe. I don't know. Motion value 1, so we've got skill 469 times 2 plus 63.9 times 25 times 135% plus 37.4 times 2 times 2.5 plus 81.5 times 2.5. Okay, and hydro damage 32 times 20 times 135%. Number of lunar charge 10 divided by 12. Damage on Venti's Animo damage, we have no shred. Yeah. That's kind of pathetic. Okay. On his hydro damage, we do have shred. We also have swirl proc. Number of swirls. Damage swirl. Okay. It's what, 13 baseline? Swirl proc, 868 times, yeah, multiplier. Damage lunar charge, yeah. Damage swirl. Yeah. Okay. Venti personal DPS here at 6.5k. What if we go full EM? Or like EM. Yeah, let's just look at triple EM first. 187 times 3. Minus 46.6. Minus 46.6. Minus 62.2. That's worse. Whatever. I'll just leave him on this then. And then we have... No, I forgot the albedo damage bonus. No, I had it here for these two. But I didn't put it on Venti. Yeah, and then albedo, 876, 69, 58.3, 54, 30, 100. Okay. 28.8, 24 from Husk. 42 from his own passive, 46.86 from Goblet, 12 from his Ascension passive. That's it. Crit value, yeah. Crit multiplier, yeah. Effective defense is going to be this. Effective attack is basically just that divided by 2. Motion value 1. This is a 24-second rotation. Let's assume 11 albedo procs. 11 times 240, 227, 80. 222 plus 624 divided by 2 plus 122.4 times 3 divided by 2. And our shred for Geo is also 0.9. Yeah. I don't think this is as good as I hoped here. Unfortunately. Yeah, 92k. It's not bad. But, yeah. It's not amazing either. It'll feel really good in AoE though, yeah. And like, technically, this isn't actually true. You probably get more than this amount of swirls. And in AoE, it also gets doubled. So like, maybe you can make that reach 100k in AoE. Farina instead of Albedo. I don't think that's gonna be better. Because you lose the Venti bonus, and at that point, I don't think you should be playing Venti anymore. Llama instead of Albedo. You have the same problem. Farina instead of Inefa. I think that's worse. Because you lose the major upside for Venti, right? Which is that you get to have fairly trivial ER requirements without a second Hydro. Maybe there's a world where Mona instead of Albedo is good, though. But I don't know. I don't know about that one. That seems a little sus. But I think the takeaway from this is, like, if we compare this to how Kazuha would be, with the assumption that Albedo didn't lose his witch bonus, right? With Kazuha, you'd basically be forced to go ER Sans on Neuvillette. His own personal damage would be lower. To like maybe 4k. And you get the 40 damage percent out of that. A little bit less than that, actually. Because you'd have to be on Fav. No, he doesn't give it to Albedo. Right. And that would be pretty noticeably worse. Right. So, like, I think the main takeaway from this is, like, if you're in a team that has Witch Resonance somehow, and that cares about energy, Venti is effectively just a better version of Kazuha. And if the team doesn't care about energy, he's just similar to Kazuha. But if you don't have the Witch bonus, he's worse. Light mode Durin now hits every second. I don't think that's true. I think you might have misread what was said. The ICD is the equivalent of once every second, but that doesn't mean that it's hitting once every second, you know? Yeah. But yeah, like, basically what they did to Venti is they rebalance his numbers as if he had been released in, like, late Inazuma. They did change it? Where? Wait, where did you see that? Oh, shit. Wait, so does that mean they didn't nerf him? Right? Because they reduce his motion value by 25%, and then they reduce his interval by 25%. So he just does the exact same damage now? That post was deleted from Leak subreddit? Oh. It would actually technically be a buff, because he would now have a little bit more pyro apps, so more overloads, Pog. Pog. +1 overload per rotation? Insane. Poster misunderstood the thing? Oh. GG. Alright, chat. I think I'm ready to record the video about Venti. So everyone say hi to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi. To a video about Venti and the changes he's received. So, I'm going to be making a video for all of the witch characters that are getting a buff. I'll also make one about Duren, but it's just going to be the pre-release video. But this is going to serve as the equivalent of a pre-release for the buffs. In which I talk about the changes and how good they are, where you can use them, all that good stuff. So let's just get right into it. First, we need to talk about the changes that Venti is receiving. For those of you that didn't watch my first impressions on all those changes. If you have, you can use the timestamps to skip this part. Have fun. Anyways, Venti is receiving 2 major changes. One, they are making his burst just do more damage in general when there are 2 witches on the team. So if a character triggers Swirl while Venti's burst is active, they gain 50% damage percent for the next 4 seconds, and Venti's burst motion value is increased by 35%. Venti can get that effect from off-field, it seems, from the wording. So he just gets 50 damage percent and 35 more motion value on his burst. pretty solid, right? It's 135% multiplier, it's not plus 35. But it basically just means that his burst does a third more damage on top of the additional stat from the 50 damage percent. That's a buff to Venti in general. But they're also giving Venti a buff by introducing a carry playstyle on him. After Venti has used his burst, while his burst is active, he gets an Animo Infusion on his normal attacks, and their damage is multiplied by 2.5. If he does normal attacks while his burst is active, it can slightly extend the burst duration by up to 2 seconds. It's 1 second per attack. So it's something you want to do even on support Venti now. You want to do 2 normal attacks before you swap out to extend your burst duration by 2 seconds. But other than that, he's now going to have an actual carry playstyle. How good will that carry playstyle be? Honestly, it's not amazing, but it's also not awful. Right now, if you look at how the meta has been shaping up in the past few months / like year and a half, they've gone pretty hard with the power creep, and you look at like the good Natlan carries, the good Nodcry carries now as well, and they're all like the good ones are pretty comfortably above 100k. None of the Venti teams I've looked at so far are honestly close to 100k. The closest I got was like almost 90k, but that was a little optimistic for things, honestly. And realistically, what you can probably expect out of Venti teams are Venti carry teams will be fairly similar in output to the teams of the Animo carries that are currently out. So Shao, Wanderer. Maybe a tiny little bit better than the current ones. But Venti as a support will now be good for those Animo carries because he buffs the damage percent of characters that trigger Swirl, and also he does more all-field damage. So if you're against enemies that don't get lifted by his burst, and you can use him with Shao. If you're against enemies that do get lifted by his burst, you can still use him with Wanderer. And those teams are also a little bit better than the current strongest Animo carry teams. All in all, the Venti buffs are just a tiny little upscale to like Animo damage dealers as a whole. Both to him, like his as a carry, and to other Animo carries using him as a support. But honestly, I think that out of the Hex and Circle buffs, Venti is probably the one that's the least impactful. Right now. There's also the Sucrose buff that doesn't do that much, but at least Sucrose was already used in a lot of very good meta teams, so it'll still be a tiny little buff to those. When it comes to Venti, I don't think this is enough to bring him to a level where he's like actively someone you want to put on your team. In general. But when there's grouping content, right, when there's content where Venti's grouping is valuable, it'll feel a lot less bad to put him on your team. It's not going to feel like you're sacrificing a lot to put him on your team. And you can kind of slot him anywhere, just the same way you'd slot in any other Animo unit. And because he has a lot more damage now, even though he still doesn't have a buff to non-Animo carries other than his energy restoration, which can be difficult to reliably get on the right element, it's still not going to feel too bad to use. Honestly, if anything, this kind of just feels bad for Kazuha, who was already a little yeah, on a path towards getting forgotten, and now these Venti changes are yeah, poor Kazuha, I guess. The main thing about Venti's changes, though, is that his buff to his normal attack stays active throughout his burst duration, even if you swap out. Which means I honestly expect the Venti buffs to be balanced around Varka. I fully expect Varka to end up being a carry whose best team includes Venti. The way they could do that is, I mean, there's a few options for how they could do that. They could, one, just directly say, hey, Varka is a witch lover, okay? Varka just fucking loves witches, and he gains something based on the amount of Hexen Circle party members you have, right? And it's not capped to 2. Like, they could do something like that. But they don't have to do something like that, because with the release of Durin, we're getting another alternative to Farazan for Shred in Animo Carries teams. When I was looking at all the Venti teams you could do, either for Venti carry or for Venti support with someone else, there was honestly not that big of a difference between the teams that did, like, Venti, I don't know, Bennett, Farazan, Durin, or Bennett, Fischl, Durin, Bennett, Albedo, Durin. And so there's a lot of... There's very much a possibility for Varka teams not to be that reliant on Farazan. And for the Animo carries, right, I've looked a lot at the main core being Venti, Farazan, Durin. But honestly, replacing Venti seemed to yield similar results to replacing Farazan, except replacing Venti makes you lose grouping. So if Varka cares about the grouping at all, he might actually just want to have Venti in his optimal team. I was also, like, pleasantly surprised by how Hazo looked with Venti. I think that from what I've mentioned earlier, of Venti being allowed to swap out during his burst and still maintain the buffs to his normal attacks, there's a very real possibility that Varka's playstyle is going to be kind of quick swappy, just like Hazo. Because it kind of feels like that's what they're leading to, right? With Durin's buff pretty much lasting forever, with Venti allowing you to swap whenever you want, with Albedo being good in those teams. I could see something like that being good. I'm kind of excited to see how they're going to go about all of this. But yeah, I'd say that, yeah, when it comes to just the motion values, or the like talent multipliers on Venti, if you on-field Venti, he's got about half of his damage from his normal attacks and half of his damage from the rest of his kit. It's actually a little bit more than half from the rest of the kit, because it's like 45% normal attacks, 40%, 35% burst, and like 20% skill. But that means that if you don't on-field him, you don't lose all of his damage. You still get a good amount of damage from the burst. But yeah, in terms of total motion value output, he actually has more than the other Animo carries. Right? You compare him to Wanderer, you compare him to Shao. With similar field time, him versus Wanderer, both using burst, he just has outright more motion value. Same with Shao. But the difference between the two is that well, there's a lot of other factors that go into all of this. Wanderer isn't necessarily reliant on his burst. Shao, outside of the motion value, has a lot of self buffs that can be impactful. Shao can be used in longer rotations, but it also means that shorter buff uptime can be a bit of a problem. All in all, just looking at the damage output they have in their like optimal setups as like as hyper carries, if you try to just maximize their own personal damage, there isn't that big of a difference between all of them, honestly. Wanderer is a little bit behind the other two, but it's not that big of a deal, honestly. Is there anything else I wanna say about Venti here? Yeah, I guess okay. We have had leaks about the next Hidden Onslaught, and it seems like one of the bosses is kind of designed to sell Venti, where they summon groupable things, and so and if you group the things, the boss loses animal resistance, so it's like actually supposed to be Venti carry. Honestly, though, compared to like very recent characters, even post buff Venti's numbers aren't that impressive. So I don't expect. I think it's very possible that Venti will be like the best carry against that specific boss, but I don't think he'll be the only one that'll work. And I definitely don't think it's necessarily worth going for Venti just because of that. I do expect Venti to be good in Varka's teams, but I think unless Varka outright has a passive that requires you to have only witches with him, I don't expect the difference between Venti and the alternatives to be that big. Yeah, Venti did get a new signature as well. The signature is like pretty solid, right? It's a high base attack crit stat stick that also just has pretty much 60 all damage percent. It's pretty solid for a signature, but it's not like it's not like it's significantly better than other recent signature weapons. I've seen a lot of people bat the hell out of his new weapon. Like it's good, but it's not anything special at this point. But yeah, honestly, this is probably gonna be the shortest of the videos on the new witches, because I think there's the least to say about Venti. You can use Venti as a support core with another witch. For carries that are not Anemo, right? You can just use him as your VV. But the biggest problem that he has in those teams is that there's just not that many teams that care too much about just getting VV. If you're looking at electro carries, he's competing with Chevalers, which is pretty harsh competition, honestly. Especially now that Durin gives you even more shred in the Chevalers teams if you want that. But also, you got Maoika that exists. For pyro carries, he's also competing with Chevalers, so that can also be rough. For cryo carries, he's competing with Escoffier, and generally for cryo carries, you have solid synergy with Escoffier. Right now, the best cryo carry is Kirk, and yeah. Now, could you consider Venti in a melt team for cryo carries? You could, but getting a cryo swirl and a pyro infused burst tends to be a bit rough. So it's not something I'd be too optimistic about. So that mainly leaves hydro carries, but hydro carries have like Molani, who wants to vape, and like Neuvillette, who does kind of like the Venti stuff. But part of what makes Venti good in teams where he's used optimally is the energy refund he gives to infused elements. And if you're playing Neuvillette Farina, you don't need that energy at all. So he's mainly going to be noticeable for Neuvillette solo hydro teams. But those teams aren't that great to begin with. It should bridge the gap even more between the Neuvillette teams that have Farina and the ones that don't, which is nice for people that have Venti and don't like Farina, or just don't want to get her for whatever reason. But unfortunately, VV as a whole is getting less and less significant. And the teams that still actively want to run VV nowadays, it's not that they want to run VV in general is that there's a specific VV unit, Sucrose, that they really synergize well with. And unfortunately, Venti's buffs don't tend to be enough to knock Sucrose out. It remains to be seen if they ever release more witches that synergize well with Venti. Honestly, I kind of hope that they add a 15 energy refund to all Animo units on his passive, right? Because right now he restores energy to himself and to characters of the element he absorbed on his burst. So if he absorbed Pyro, it'll be 15 energy to Pyro characters. I kind of wish he also generated 15 energy for Animo characters by default. And I really hope that they give him that, because I think it would just make a lot of sense for him to do that. But oh well, it is what it is. All in all, like I said, the Venti changes are probably the least significant ones on the meta as a whole, because it's giving pretty big buffs to Venti carry teams, but Venti carries weren't that good to begin with, and they're not being buffed to the point of being strong meta teams. As usual, I hope you enjoyed. I hope you learned a thing or two. Venti is Venti is Wanderer level now, so that's cool, I guess. And I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye, YouTube. New Durin info dropped? Yeah, I saw. So basically, it makes it so that the nerf isn't a nerf anymore. It's not really a buff, but it's not a nerf anymore. Actually, it's a buff to Burgeon teams, isn't it? More hits, y'all? Hell yeah. Recorded. Venti. What should I call these? What should I call these videos? Mage reviews? Witchcrafting. Bet, okay. Venti witchcrafting. That's the name. Venti re-release analysis? True! Okay. Yeah, I should tweet about the Durin stuff. Okay, so they changed Durin, or White Durin, attack interval to be every 1 second instead of every 1.25 seconds. This effectively offsets the motion value nerf. It was 219 every 1.25, and now it's 166 every 1, right? It's still a slight nerf, but it's... yeah. This almost entirely offsets the damage nerf, while also increasing his pyro application from... I'm gonna sneeze. I'm gonna sneeze again. Sorry. From every 2.5 seconds to every 2 seconds. Basically reshuffled reshuffled numbers with similar balance. What's the team that would benefit from this the most? Is there ever a world where you do C6 Mona stuff a bit, and you make it a bit stronger with this shit? I feel like there could be. Molani? I don't think Molani cares. She was already fine with 2.5 seconds. Nivided Burgeon. It's not going to change that much, honestly. C2 Molani because it was unplayable before? Yeah, sure, I guess. Molani used black mode? Oh yeah, that's true as well. Like, maybe... I mean, maybe this team we just calced, right? We just go Durin instead of Venti here. No, because you don't get the Shred. I forgot. You don't get Hydro Shred. Man, I wish he gave Hydro Shred. Maj. Maybe it's still good. So, like, if we lose the Shred on Nevilet's damage here, we lose 9k DPS. We now get 125 here. And we get 1.125 here. Okay, wait, what the fuck just happened? Oh. I gave defense multiplier to these things. And this too, which I wasn't supposed to. Oopsie. Okay. Alright, so just... Yeah, you know what? This is probably better. So... Durin. And what would your rotations look like here? Nivile E, Albedo E. Inefa E, optional Q, Durin EQ. I guess, sure. Whatever, it doesn't really matter that much, honestly. Weapon, Wolf Fang. Set. Crimson Witch, right? In this team, yeah. In this team, Crimson Witch. 347, 510. I would put Yahoda in the bag. Instead of who? Instead of Durin? I don't know, man. Holding E on Yahoda for like 5 seconds to get the fucking bottle seems not good. I'm pretty sure that Yahoda character sucks complete dog shit. Anyways. 46.6. 20 from subs. Is that it? Oh god. I think she can compete with Albedo here. You think she can compete with really? Really? You think so? With press E swap out Albedo? I somehow doubt that, honestly. Wait, I just realized Durin's Ascension passive is now also going to proc more often. So it actually probably is a buff as a whole, right? Because it was not 219, it was 269 every 1.25. And it's not 266, it's 216 every one. Yeah, I mean, it's basically the same shit now, right? If you're above 2k attack, it can be a slight nerf for damage, but yeah, whatever. Okay. Damage percent. Albedo. Sands. Or sorry, Goblet. Crimson Witch. Crit value. 98.4, 62.2, 20 times 6.6. 27.6. Times 2. 16. EM. I'll be right back, chat. I'm back. Alright, how much EM do we get here? Don't have this. We do have the rest. Yeah, multiplier. Yeah, multiplier 2. Effective attack 1. We have our EM multiplier. Effective attack 2. We don't have the EM multiplier. Overload proc. Motion value. 179 point. Do I not have one open? I don't. GG. 179.5 plus, sorry, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, this vapes, yeah, plus the burst itself won't vape, but all the individual hits, yeah, 216.6. This is a 24-second rotations that gets 20 hits of the thing, and in 20 hits of the thing, we probably vape 9 of them. Then 216.6. We don't vape 11. And then 148.4, 111.5, 127.4. This is vape, so times 1.5. 10 overloads. Oops. Okay. Wait. That's not terrible, chat. That's pretty solid. How much is not over, how much is enough for Navidad right now? It's around that too, right? Hyperloon Navidad is a bit higher, though. But version of it is probably even higher now. I don't think it changed much, honestly, from these changes. Because you aren't really ending up with 3 seeds at the same time. Hmm. Like, Burgeon Neuvillette teams are gated by Hydro App if you're playing solo Hydro, and Dendro App if you're playing double Hydro. Just play double Hydro, double Dendro. So true. So true. You get it. Hmm. Oh well. Not entirely sure what else I want to look at today. I think we're kind of mostly done. Look at me. No, I don't want to. How big was the Durin change? It's not that big, honestly. I think people are kind of overstating it. I mean, it wasn't that big of a nerf either. And they basically reverted the nerf. That's basically what the change is, right? It's, yeah. I guess I should take a look at carry Durin in white mode. Like, on-field carry Durin in white mode, I think could be interesting. Because he shreds his own, like, shred. He gets his own shred. And his NONC spam doesn't seem too bad, honestly. Like, his charge attack comes out real fucking fast. You could do, like... I don't know. Bennett. Fischl. Chevreuse, I guess. We could take a look at that. Right? We do 15-second rotations when you just use Durin burst, like, whenever. Not really as part of a strict rotation. Wonder if that would be good. It would probably be pretty solid, yeah. I'm down. Yeah, let's take a look at that. So let's do White Durin, Bennett, Fischl, Chevreuse for now. And then after that, I think I want to look at, like... Overvape, maybe? Sure. Anyways, 347. And here, what weapon would we want? Any ideas in the chat? What would be a good weapon for him in these teams that are on fielding him? Finale? You don't have Farina on the team, so you can't reliably get Finale. Oh no, you have Showers. Never mind. Yeah, you can get Finale. Okay, let's do Finale. I always forget that Showers heals. Harbinger. I mean, we could go Harbinger, actually. I feel like Harbinger kind of pops off in this team. Honestly, yeah, fuck it. Let's do Harbinger. What set bonus would we go? Yeah, that's also a problem, huh? Is Crimson the best? Crimson is gonna feel so bad, though. But it might be, yeah. Whimsy! True! No, I don't think so. We don't have good enough uptime on Whimsy, right? I guess the skill cooldown is 12, so if you skill off cooldown, you have, like, okay uptime. But I don't know, I think it's a little sus. TF Trust. Nah, the skill doesn't help that much. Shimenawa's. You know what? Maybe. Yeah. That does sound like it would be good. Shimenawa's only normal attack. It's charge attack too. Sure, it doesn't affect the burst. Yeah, I guess not affecting the burst is kind of a big deal, huh? But not affecting the normals is also bad, so Emblem would suck too. What if Echoes? Does Echoes apply on charge attacks? I don't think so. Durin has a really good charge attack. Like, his charge attack comes out fucking instantly. I guess it just is Crimson Witch then, but fuck, that sucks so much ass. Attack percent. Chevreurs. Wait. We have Noblesse Bennett. Fuck it, TOM. Official. Scroll Chevreurs. Not that you can get Scroll, but, like, reliably. But I don't really care. We're gonna pretend that you can. So that I don't have to calc Song of Days Past. Please and thank you. Sapwood. 6.2 bow. 5. Okay. So we have Chevreurs, Noblesse, TOM, Official, Power Resonance, Substats, Sands. We have Artifacts, Bennett. Damage percent for normal and charge attack. We have Chevreurs, 50% average. Bennett. Goblet. How long do Crimson Witch stacks last? Is it 10 seconds? Yeah, so you're pretty much permanent 2 stack with a 12-second cooldown skill. Scroll. That's it. Right? And then on the skill and burst, honestly, we still have this shit on it. Yeah, pretty much all of it. Bet. EM multiplier. Crit value. Crit value is going to be 98.4, 62.2, 20 times 6.6. And then we have 46.9 and 56 from Harbinger. Effective attack 1, total attack, times 1 plus damage percent 1, times crit multiplier. Effective attack 2 is going to be with damage percent 2. Not that it's different here, but whatever. Proc overload, 3979 times EM multiplier. Motion value 1. Okay, so if we spend like 12 seconds of field time on him, he can get about 12 and 1Cs. Let's say 10 plus the skill and burst for now. And see how that goes. 3... No, okay. So for now, skill 179.5. Burst. I think we just straight up do 15-second rotations here. Well, maybe 16-second rotations. And we just burst, like, offset just when we need to. Like, just when it's up, whatever. So the burst is 148.4, 111.5, 127.4. About 2 every 3 rotations-ish. Kinda. It's more like 4 every 5 rotations. But whatever. Yeah, we also have... effective attack for the passive. Yep. Okay. So this is, yeah. And then we have in a 16-second rotation, 16 hits. And no, it probably doesn't hit during burst animation, so probably 15 hits. 15 times 166.6. Motion value 3 will be 50 times 15. And then the normal attacks. So I have 83.9 from N1 and 208.4 from C. And we get, for now, let's say 10 of these. Whatever. Sure. Number of overloads. Ooh. I don't know, actually. I think it's gonna depend on how official stuff lines up. But I think it's very possible that you end up with really good official A4 stuff. Like... no, not through his burst, actually. He probably has like 4 or 5 overloads himself, and then official starts overtaking. Then we have effective attack times motion value times 190 divided by 390 times 1 point. We have 75 shreds, so 325. Wait, that's not bad, chat. That's not bad at all. For personal damage on a Chevreuse team, that's not bad at all. I don't know how real this combo is, though. I don't know if you can actually get 10 charge attacks without it being a problem for uptime. What about stamina? You've got 40 stamina to spare. But yeah, I guess then you gotta regenerate the stamina, and that's not happening, huh? Yeah. Maybe you do a different combo than like in 4C and 3C and 2C, I don't know. Anyways, official is 244 plus 510, 46.6, 24, 56, noblesse, TOM, chevreuse, power resonance, substats. You get her Bennett buffed. Fucking hell, that's a lot of attack on this official. Damage percent, you don't have as much. You have 1 stack of chevreuse, you don't have Bennett. You have Goblet, you don't have that. You do have this, sure. Crit value, yeah, we have a lot less here. It's gonna be 60. We don't have any of this shit. Crit multiplier. Effective attack. Overload proc. Motion value. 178 times 12 plus... what was it? 638 divided by 2 plus 4... Hmm. 431 divided by 2 plus like 5 A4 plus 10 C6. Number of overloads like 8. Yeah. So you're basically at 100k on this team. Is Golden Troop official better? Probably. I don't want to do the full team calc right now, though. I want to see combos first. Oh well. Chat, I think that might be it for today. Tomorrow we'll do Siege Onslaught, so we'll have some more actual gameplay. A little bit less calcs and yap. A little bit more, wow, Poggers. He is so very good at the video game. They call him Zajef77 because of the 77... ways in which he is better than you at Genshin Impact. So true. Yeah. Okay, Humpy, what the fuck is this, man? What the fuck is this Yahoda carry bullshit you're sending me right now? That can't be real. Like, that, no. Whatever, I'll look at Yahoda stuff properly soon. Probably. Yeah, we can do the stall. We haven't done the stall. Let's do the stall. Let's stare. Let's pound. Let's zilch. Holly. I like the name. Oh, it was actually Holly. That's crazy. Purple and orange. No clue, man. K-pop demon hunters. That's crazy. Next item on the agenda. Pete. Rink. Rental. I mean, skate, I guess. Ticked off, I don't know. Blame shifting word. Not me. Not me. What might be requested after spinning around an iPad? What the fuck? Tasty? Tip? Why would spinning around an iPad be something that... Whatever. Upset? Spy? Okay. The Suns. Yeah, I don't know that. I didn't know that was a thing. Angle. What's this angle here? That's higher than 45, right? So it's like 142-ish? No. It wasn't higher than 45. It was lower than 45. 133. Damn. That look... Whatever. I guess I'm just blind. I kind of did it a little fast, to be fair, but oh well. Dude, what? There's no... what? That's just someone's, like, head. I know this. I know this, but I don't remember what it's from. Like, that's an... Yeah. Yeah, I don't remember what this is from. It's something I've watched, though, 100%. Like, this is like an island of criminals, right? And this is like... Oh! Fuck, what was that called? With a fucking guy that has an ugly head. I don't remember, man. Right. To Your Eternity. Whatever. I don't know what this is. I am not the target audience for these shows. Okay. That's not Food Wars, right? No. Okay. Oh, is that the guy who plays soccer? And, like, cleans things? I don't remember what it's called. Yeah, it is. It is. Okay. I should have gotten 2 of these, honestly, but, like, no. I don't know. Whatever. What the fuck is his name, man? I mean, it's from, Noragami. But, like, I don't know what his name is, man. That's what's his name? Is it Kazuma? I think. Yeah, Sato Kazuma from I don't know the other ones. Yato. Okay, sure, man. Gee, I wonder what that's from. Is that Baki? That's Baki, right? Like that's the man himself. Yeah. Okay, I don't know any of these, but that looks like it's from a Chinese show. That looks like it's from Fist of the North Star. That looks like it's from Legend of the Galactic Heroes, but it's probably not. I don't know. It looks old as fuck, man. What's the one Chinese show I know? It's like the Kings. No, it's like I don't even fucking know, man. Whatever. Okay, no, that's not Chinese. That's from Trigon? Okay, whatever. That was not good. Oh god. It's fine, because we're gonna get Baki to redeem ourselves. It's not Baki. Worse than Baki, not manga, old. Let's try SAO. Okay. Action, fantasy, romance. Light novel. More recent than SAO, worse than SAO. Chat, any ideas? This is 100% slop. Yes, most definitely. But what flavor of slop is it? Ari Ferretta? Is that more recent? Is that older than Baki? Is that older than 2018? I don't think so. What could it be? Chat. JJK, true. Smartphone isekai. I also don't think that's older than 2018. All the like gimmick isekai are fairly recent. Charlotte, I think that's higher than a 7.2. Redo of Healer. Would they have a redo of Healer as like an answer for this? I feel like they wouldn't. But maybe I'm just expecting too much. No Game No Life. There's no shot No Game No Life is rated worse than SAO. Danmachi. Okay. I think Danmachi has the adventure tag though. Yeah, it does. Older than 2015. Deadman Wonderland. Do you think that's got fantasy? Also, does it not have gore? Data Live. I don't even know what the fuck Data Live even is, but sure. Oh. Bet. Sick. Is that Spy Family? No. It's not. It's a banger, though. Banger. I don't know what this is. Oh. You know, I should fucking watch this one day. I should fucking watch this one day. I've been putting it off for so long. No clue. That's gotta be some sort of product placement. I don't know. Oh. Yeah, bro, I'm cooked. Okay, bro, I don't fucking know. What the hell? What is this, man? Do you know what that looks like? That looks like the spy show that Anya watches on TV in Spy Family. Cutie honey. Okay, I don't know, man. That's what it looks like. Like oh, this was an awful day. 15,000. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Bondman, exactly. Oh. Well, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. That was not a good performance today. But it's okay. Anyways, I hope you all had a good time. Hope you enjoyed your stay. I have a video to post, I think. Right? Yeah. Video on the constellation picker. So I want to go watch it. As usual, if you can find it through YouTube, it helps more with the algorithm. But if you're too lazy to understand, I'll put the link in chat. Leave a like, comment, subscribe, do all the good old YouTube stuff, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye!